Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Omar.
Hey, Omar.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good. All right.
Hey,
For those
everyone.
who are just joining in, can you all please make sure that you're on video and mute yourself if you're not speaking? That'll be great. We'll get started soon.
Excuse me, Raj, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this is Salman, and I signed up not too long ago, earlier today, but I don't seem to have the Miro link just yet. Is it okay if you send that over?
Yeah. I'll give you that soon. In a minute here. I
Sounds
haven't
good.
provided the production version of the Miro board yet to everyone.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So we have a good size class. I think we have about 27 who signed up for this class. So a few more folks who need to join us. I think hopefully they can join in the next few minutes here. But is it okay if we gave them like maybe 2 more minutes today, since it's day number 1? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what do you want them? What do you want them to do for us in case if they join late? Any special requests?
They pay for us.
Push-ups. Push-ups.
Push-ups?
We have to say shame and point at them.
Or how about this? Somebody said, maybe can they sing a song? But that's not like, something. Somebody said I can sing, but are you sure you want to listen to me? And we said no. I think that kind of tells us that maybe they're not a good singer. So we said maybe everyone should be given a $25 gift card, maybe Starbucks or something like that.
Yeah, they should buy us. They should buy us dinner.
Dinner, yeah. Uber Eats, yeah, that'll work. All right. So while everyone else is joining, for those of you who are not on video, please make sure that you're on video because that's a mandate for everyone to be on video, and mute yourself if you're not speaking so that everyone will have a good experience. So Ken, Imran, Stacy, Sheila, and Ali, if you can be on video, that'll be great for us to get started. Awesome. Nice. All right. Okay, so I guess, we can get started here. So I want to first get, how many of you are from a different country other than US and Canada? All right, a few of you. Oh, nice. Which place are you joining from? Omar?
Oh, sorry. I'm in Canada. I thought you said you're not from Canada. Sorry. I'm in Canada.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sure. Any other different countries? Yes, Celine?
Australia.
Australia? Yeah, nice. Oh, yeah. I think a few folks, I completely forgot about this because this is actually a Australia, New Zealand published class. So I think, we better have some folks from Australia and New Zealand, right? That's something specifically requested. So
I'm also
I'm
in
glad. So,
Australia.
oh, nice. Awesome. Jeanette.
I'm in the US.
That doesn't count.
Oh.
No, just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kind of like, trying to make sure that, I think, a lot of people say that this time is convenient for folks in after work. So I think maybe that's one of the reasons why some folks have joined the evening class. That's also good. All right. So I think I just wanted to get a check on how many folks are from different parts of the world. So I have to start wishing everyone. So maybe I want all of you to, can you all unmute yourself while I wish everyone? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening.
Morning.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, wait a minute. That was the weakest response that I have heard in like so many months. It's like if I hear that kind of a response at Penn State where I'm a faculty, I normally give double the homework. So do you want double the homework or normal homework?
No homework.
Double.
No homework. Then you have to try really hard, which is full energy, full enthusiasm, and wish each other. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Good
Good
morning.
evening.
Much better. So I think, it's going to be normal homework because, I think, homework is something that is there to kind of like, just get into the continuity of certain things that we are going to discuss today. A lot of people say that it's a great way of learning some case studies, certain things on your own. So it's up to you how much you want to work on your homework. But, that is going to be something that you decide. People have told me that homework takes anywhere from 9 hours to 11 hours each night. No, just kidding. I think you'll get my dry humor at some point of time. But essentially, I think, let me tell you, I have been doing this class for quite some time. And I'm totally excited to be with all of you. I'm hoping that I think, it's going to be a very great learning experience for all of you. Everyone should feel after the class is done that, hey, Imran, you may want to mute yourself. Imran, you want to mute yourself? Okay, awesome. Thank you. So essentially, I think, we are going to, everyone should feel that, that you're leaving the class at the end of, maybe a day number 3. Everyone should feel like, wow, that was a fantastic experience that I had. I learned Scrum. I did a lot of things. So essentially, I think, I want the class to continue having that engagement and also interact with each other so you can learn from each other as well. So that's the exciting part of this class. And 3 days is also another great way, right? Because you're spaced learning, spaced repetition in some of the things. All of those things are fantastic. A few things for us to get started, and I'll provide you all of those basics at point of time so that we all know what is our working agreement, what are the things that are needed, so that we can have a great experience in the classroom. So before I get started, again, I just wanted to mention, Kanisha, you want to be on video and mute yourself if you're not speaking. Abdikalik, also, you want to be on video so that we can get started. Thank you for that, Kanisha. Awesome. So the Miro link, this is just for us to get our feet wet. I'm going to put this in the chat for now. If you haven't gotten a chance to, look at this Miro board, if you have registered late or whatever it is, just make sure that you click on that link and join this Miro board. So I just put something in the chat. Just click on that. Just join that. Awesome. So while you're joining the Miro board, and I also want to kind of like, share, you can see me on the screen share here. Not me, I mean the Miro board on the screen share here. And Miro is basically a online collaboration tool. And it allows us to just share some of our notes And while we are doing some activities, exercises, you can just share your thoughts, active and things, so that it'll be easier for you to bring back some your discussions, some of your findings, some of your exercises, all of those things, so you can share these notes with the rest of the team members. Now, on the left-hand side, there is a menu. On the top, there is a menu. At the bottom, there is a menu that tells you the zoom in and zoom out option. So it starts with 1% to 400%. But pretty much, I think, I would say for every activity, you may want to look at the big picture or the big board. First, there's a lot of different boards that I have, like I'm going to show you. Like, for example, this is something like, so if you're working on, maybe, I haven't provided this to you yet, but essentially, if you look at it, see how you have these Scrum Masters' rights and accountabilities. And if you kind of like say, if you can see the entire board, make sure that everyone's display ratio is going to be different. Make sure that you see the entire board first, and you can start from there so you can adjust it accordingly. So that is the zoom in and zoom out option. So as you can see, you can go all the way from 400%, 1% to 400. I don't think that you'll be requiring that. But then there's also a select icon over here on the left-hand side. You click on that select. Select will allow, if it turns into a left arrow, you can click on an object and type something in there. Hi, this is Raj, and I am excited to be with all of you. Right? And then I can click on this. And the other thing that you can also do is, if you click on this left arrow, it'll toggle between a hand icon and an arrow. Now I'm in a hand icon now, and I can actually move around by holding the left mouse button on the board so that I can get to different boards and different activities that I'm doing. But for this one, it's just only this over here. So that is something that you may want to use and get into the habit of, maybe, I can center this, and this is the sticky note I just put over here. So that's something that you can do. I think somebody put in annotate. So this is the Miro board over here. Sorry, I think I need to remove the annotation. Okay, so there's also another one called the sticky note. So if you click on the sticky note, it'll give you a bunch of different colored sticky notes, and you pick your favorite color and say, hey, you know what? I want to put a sticky note over here. So I put that here, and you can type in whatever you want, and that's something that you can use for different activities. And then there's other things that you don't have to worry about it, because I created the production version of the Miro board with a lot of activities, etc. So let me run the show and make sure that you focus on your learnings. Now there's something called Show Collaborators Cursors. If you click on that, you see all of your cursors are seen here. I mean, if I see this throughout the night or throughout the day, I might get a headache. So I normally don't see that. What's the purpose of this? I remove that. So you can say show collaborators cursors or hide collaborators cursors. I prefer to hide it. There's also this reactions button here. So if you click on this, there's essentially a thumbs up from time to time, because it's online. Let's make sure that we are all engaged, right? So just make sure that, you give me some feedback from time to time and say, hey, I love this fire. Let's celebrate. Maybe we finished like a major portion of our work, and we can say, hey, let's celebrate. So this way, I think, we are all engaged, and we know that everyone is like paying attention and making sure that, you are doing all the activities to get the full benefit of the classroom. I have a big screen TV, so I can actually see everyone and make sure that, I know, hey, if somebody had a question or something like that, I'll be able to get you. You can use the hand icon, like a physical hand, to raise your hand if you have a question. So don't just jump in and start having a conversation, because it could be disruptive to the class. So make sure that, you talk to, by making sure that you indicate that you have a question, and we'll get it from there. So there's also another thing called raise hand option. So if you clicked on the raise hand option, it'll show me on the screen in the order in which you raised your hand. So this way, for example, Arnold is the one who is actually, I can see him first on this side. And I can just go in that particular order, whoever has raised their hand. So nobody has raised their hand yet, but I think it'll be easier for me to just go in that order so that it's fair for everyone. Sometimes people might say, hey, you know what? You go first. It's okay. I'll leave it up to you to make that decision. But for now, let's just follow this working agreement that we all want to raise your hand if you have a question or a comment to make. This way, it's easier for you to do that. Take copious amounts of notes while all of this is happening. So this way you can benefit from the class. Other than that, you can also click on board owner Raj Kasturi. You can follow me. So wherever I go, you go with me. So you don't have to worry about where am I now? What do I need to do? All of that stuff is gone, but I'll give you the production version and then you can follow me there. Now, at this point of time, you can try something on Miro. Just put a sticky note or type in an existing sticky note, try something, and then ask if you have any questions, let me know. Nice. I see a lot of people are already using the Miro board. You're trying it. Fantastic. Also, we're going to be, probably doing some breaks and stuff like that. And even during that time, make sure that you, mute yourself. Sometimes we don't want to hear all of your personal conversations, what is happening in your house. So make sure that you do that. All right, Karthikeyan, I think I want to see you on video. All right, awesome. So if you have to attend any phone calls and things like that, please make sure that you follow our instructions, because you can't be doing double duty here thinking I'll do my work, I'll be talking to my spouse and things like that. That's a no-no, because we want you to pay attention to the classroom, because you signed up for this class and you want to make sure that you get the full benefit of the class. If you don't pay attention, sometimes you'll be asking all of these questions multiple times. And, again, I think I'm going to be saying, hey, you know what? There'll be a double charge for asking questions, the same things over and over again. Hey, where's the Miro link? Hey, where's this? Where is that? All of those things can happen. But, I think, if you paid attention, that'll be really, really helpful. I think somebody put a hi in there, and that is kind of like carrying over here. We need to remove that somehow. It's on the board itself. Okay, so that's about any questions on Miro before we move on to the production version? All right, so I want you to please make sure that you close out of this Miro board, because I don't want any confusion whatsoever, because this is just a throwaway version of, or trial version, I would say, but nothing to worry. I'm going to close that down. Now, there's also this production version of the Miro board. And if I'm going to give you this, make sure that you use this and bookmark it somewhere. So this is the production version of the Miro board. Now, please make sure that you put it somewhere so that you remember it, bookmark it, so that you don't have to worry about, hey, if you logged out, or, maybe tomorrow morning you might need something, or tonight, this will be there for you so that you can refer to your notes and other activities that you have completed to review those things. So that's about the Miro board. Yes, Arnold, you had a question?
Yeah, Raj, does Miro board have an app?
Not sure about the app, but I don't think if you have a phone, or are you saying that, can I use it using my phone?
Yeah, it was just question, yeah.
Yeah. So I think, even if they have it, probably it's not going to be a great experience, because it's very difficult to use, because I think, a laptop would be a better option anyway, because it's too small for you to work through that. I'm not sure about, but that's a good question though. So this is what it is. So I'm going to show you all of these things. This is the production version of the Miro board. Yes, Anjali, you had a question.
Yeah, there's a raise hand function in Miro and in Zoom. Do you have a preference which one we're using, or?
I would say use it on Zoom. Probably it's easy. Yeah.
Thank
you. Sure. Okay. So this is the production version. I just provided you that information. Now, the other thing is the Google Drive. I want to provide you the Google Drive access to all the content that is necessary for you during the class, after the class, and for taking the test or whatever it is, right? All the things that I have created for the past so many years, it's all on the Google Drive. So you can download it. I can actually, you don't have to print everything, don't kill a tree, but you'll have access to it. Now, what does the Google Drive contain? It contains the Scrum Guide, Scrum Guide 2020, which is the official guide for Scrum. There's also a Scrum Master checklist, which provides you what does the Scrum Master do all day. There's also workbook exercises and activities. This class is going to be interactive, so there's a lot of activities, exercises, etc., and that is in the workbook here. There's also agenda, test information, video links, homework, and additional resources. So all the information, like for example, we're going to follow a 3-day agenda. It's not exactly written on stone, but I think we're going to follow a general guideline, but we're going to be agile, right? Depending on how everyone is receiving this information and assimilating that information, we are going to pivot as necessary. Now, the next thing is that there's a slide deck. How many of you, this is a PowerPoint presentation. How many of you hate death by PowerPoint? When I say death by PowerPoint, the instructor is reading slide after slide, and you go, why did I sign up for this class? I can read English all by myself really well. Yeah? Some of those classes, right? Sometimes you go there, it's like, what is happening? So I promise you, it's not going to be death by PowerPoint. It's going to be more interactive. And in order for that to happen, I want you to be engaged in the classroom and make sure that you make it more fun and engaging. Now, somebody said, how come you said that there's no PowerPoint, but why did you give this? Somebody said, is it free? I'll take it. I said, okay, because I had this thing created, so I'm giving it for free. How many of you like free stuff? Okay. Yeah, so this is one of those things. Pre-class videos, illustrations, Raj and Picasso art. How many of you have heard about the famous painter Picasso? So Picasso called me and Picasso said, hey, Raj, I want to collaborate with you because, I want to make sure that I teach you some drawing, basic drawing. So Picasso and I both created artwork here and all of these things based on the learning objectives of Scrum Alliance, 33 flip charts that have been provided, including all the learning objectives, examples, and everything. And people have told me just by using this, they were able to ace the test. I just went by the learning objectives. Looks like it covers a lot of things, and we're going to talk about the test as well. So this is there where the Picasso art is. This is where the PowerPoint presentation is. This is where all the activities are. And what I did is I created everything that we have on the Google Drive over here, almost everything that is needed for the class. So Miro is really powerful. And I put like agenda, Google Drive information, all the Picasso art over here, the PowerPoint presentation here. And as you can see here, all these activities. For example, the way that I also organized everything is very, very simple, right? So let's say you have Scrum team is the topic. We're talking about the developers, product owner, Scrum Master. So if you scroll to the right-hand side, you see that these are the accountabilities, product owner, Scrum Master, developers. And if you scroll to the other side here, you see that these are the accountabilities, product owner, Scrum Master, and developers in the PowerPoint presentation. So essentially, if you have any activities that you're doing, just scroll to the right and say, hey, I want to check, I just want to refresh my memory, or I want to just get some points, whatever it is, right? So this way, it's helpful for you. Use this and basically just is aligned in sections like that. And even while you're taking the test, this will be helpful for you to just go to individual sections to take your test. So that's about the PowerPoint. This is the entire production version of the Miro board. Make sure that you bookmark it somewhere, because this is something that you're going to be having access for the next 100 days. Even the Google Drive, I'm going to provide you access for the next 100 days. So in case if you have to take the test later on, go back and review something, download something, whatever it is, I won't take away access and you'll have that over there. So the class is supposed to go on from, this is actually a something that, for a daytime class. But how many of you like free breaks? You like free breaks? Yes. So I was actually surprised that there was another instructor who was charging like $19.99 per break. Can you believe that? US dollars. That's a ripoff, in my opinion. I think everyone should get free breaks. Do you agree?
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's what I said, How would you do that? Yeah, I'm not crazy, but I'm just kind of, keeping the class, jovial. I guess, you'll see my dry humor at some point. But this is all Eastern time. And I am going to say that, I don't know. I think, it's so hard to do this break time during, like in the evenings, because somebody is from Australia, somebody is from New Zealand, somebody is from Canada, somebody in the US in different time zones, even in Australia and other places, different time zones. So it's very hard for me to give breaks. But what I was thinking was, because you see a majority of you are, from here. So in the US and Canada, and maybe, Australia, maybe it'll be lunchtime for you. I don't know, very close to lunchtime. I think, let's just meet over here. And then I'm going to say at about 8:45, another 10 minutes, not another 10 minutes, and 9:45, 10 minutes. How does that look like, everyone? Does that work? Yeah? Awesome. So class is supposed to go on until 11 p.m. Eastern time, but it will not go beyond the 11 p.m. time frame for sure. So in case if we are done with the topic and we are like, what, we are tired at this point of time, we're going to cover it by, in terms of homework, a lot of things that, we are going to use it to ensure that, you get full credit for the classroom for all the 14 hours of, PDUs, but you're going to get 16 PDUs. So that's what we are going to be doing. So I'm going to just say, these are the breaks. In case if anyone is confused about these breaks, if you want to put like your time zone right next to it, feel free to do so. Put a sticky note and help each other out to find that. So that's about the breaks. Now, let's just take a look at forming some teams at this point of time. And in order for that to happen, I want you to please give me a good indication of your experience so that we can all help each other out and then form teams that are balanced. So please pay attention to this important thing, which is, I want you to please tell me whoever has more than 3 years of experience working in Scrum, only in Scrum or any other agile ways like Kanban, extreme programming, not project management, not technology, none of those things yet. But for now, anyone who has more than 3 years of experience, 3 or more years of experience, please put that number in the chat. Working as a Scrum Master, product owner, developer, or you work in any transformation, just put that in the chat. Yeah, we'll wait for the other ones, but please make sure that whoever has more than 3, put that first, and I'll come to you later on. Okay, so whoever has between 1 to 3 years of experience, can you please put that in the chat? 1 to 3 years of experience. All right, now anyone with 0 to 1 year of experience, or 0 or more years of experience. I think, whoever has put that, not a problem, but others, please put that in the chat. All right, awesome. Minus does not count. Somebody said I have minus 6 years of experience. I'm like, no, that doesn't count. All right. So what I've done is I have created a few. So it looks like there's 5 of us, right? So how would we do this? I was thinking of maybe let's just create 3 teams instead of 4, because I think it's probably, not enough. Okay, so okay. Now let's just do this one activity first, which is introducing everyone to each other. So I found about 3, and first activity is called meet and greet. An introduction to your team members, and you might change the teams at some point of time. So what I want you to do is, I want you to please just put a sticky note with your name on the team that you belong to, which you'll know as soon as I open the teams at this point, Zoom breakout sessions. And you put your name against your team or the room that you belong to. And if you have any class expectations, just put that on a sticky note saying, hey, you know what, I'm here to get my certification. I'm here to learn Scrum the right way. Whatever you want to share, you please do that. Now, one other thing that I also wanted to emphasize is, while you're introducing yourselves to each other, please make sure that you talk about your uniqueness, right? Each one of you is a very unique individual. And okay, I mean, sometimes, I hear people saying, I have 25 years of project management experience. I've been working in the industry for the past so much. All of those things are great, but I think that's boring, in my opinion. So I want you to make it more interesting. For example, somebody said, hey, I ran 11 marathons in 16 years. I visited 47 different countries in the last 50 years. I have visited almost all the different states in the US, almost 2 more left. Somebody said, I blog really well, a lot, and I put them on my website. Also, some people have actually mentioned something about I'm a great cook. And somebody said, I don't cook, but I love eating. Any of these things that you want to share, you share with your team members. One thing is, I want you to please pay attention to your team members while you're introducing yourselves to each other. Well, I want one spokesperson from your team to introduce your team members, right? So maybe what we'll do is we are going to rotate the spokesperson role for each activity. This way, everyone in the classroom gets a chance to speak. So if sometimes people are like, oh, you know what, we forgot about that. But somebody will always jump in and say, okay, I'll get started. Not a problem. Now, sometimes there's awkward silences for a long, long time. Then in that situation, what I've done is I've created a wheel of fortune with all of your names on it. And I'm going to say, well, just wheel, who is the lucky winner? And I click on that. The lucky winner will be the lucky spokesperson for that round. And not a big deal, but, we'll just do that. I don't want to put anyone on the spot. But I think, once you get comfortable with each other, I think, let's just, chime in. We want to hear your perspectives. And I want you to present some of the activities, discussions, and that you have had. And then we'll also do the raise your hand option for questions and comments and things like that. So we're going to be doing a lot of these kinds of activities. But for now, let's just do this. First thing is to do the activity for introduction. So don't forget to identify one spokesperson for this activity. And then that person will introduce the team very quickly, maybe in a minute or 90 seconds. Any questions on this activity? All right, for this activity, I'm going to give you 8 minutes. 8 minutes goes by fast. So give your team members a chance to speak. At least, even a minute per person is also good. Okay, open all rooms. I know some people have joined using an iPhone. Let me know in case if I need to put them in.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi,
Does
guys.
anyone want to go first?
I'll introduce myself. I'm
I'll
Arnold.
go first. So for me, I got my degree from Southern New Hampshire University. It's an online school. I was able to get that in 3 years. And I went back to training because I can't really find a job right now. Because it's kind of hard in the United States to kind of find a position right out of college. So I called the state of Illinois, which is where I'm from, and I told them that I'd like to get more training, and because our state pays for it. So I'm taking like this class, I'm taking artificial intelligence courses, and I'm trying to get more certifications so I can find some sort of work.
Oh, that's awesome. Good on you.
Yeah.
Well, not awesome about the job part, but good on you
Yeah.
that you're, like doing heaps of training. That's awesome.
I can go next. Hi everyone, this is Payal. I am a working professional, just trying to add some values to my work and wanted to get some more knowledge about the Scrum activities and wanted to be a professional Scrum Master. So that is the reason I'm planning to take this certification course.
Okay, I can go next. Hi, everyone. I'm Monica Harris. I am also trying to add value to my role. I'm a business system analyst and I'm self-taught Scrum, but I want to make sure that I am doing it the right way. So that's why I'm here.
Well, I'll go next then. So my name is Ali Sharif. Similar to Michael, I went to an online school, finished in 3 years, called Western Governors University, if anybody's familiar. And a little bit about me, like playing tennis.
I'll go after. I'm Arnold. I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. No online degrees or anything like that. I actually do own a nutrition business, and I'm self-taught Scrum as well. And I'm looking for more opportunities and bettering myself.
I'll go. My name's Jenna. I'm from Melbourne, Australia. I'm a product manager, but we've been doing Scrum, but not quite properly. So I just, want to learn how to, learn the different roles and how to do Scrum properly. So doing this course, and probably a little bit about me. I live in the country, so we've got horses and dogs and a little bit like that. So lucky enough to live out away from the city. So that's me.
Awesome.
Well, as the other Aussie, I'll go next. I'm Jeanette. I'm from Sydney, and I actually live in the city, so complete opposite. I've been, I guess, working in EdTech and as a project manager mainly, and I've worked in environments that use Agile and Scrum, but not really to the point of having it done properly. So, and I'm in between jobs at the moment, so I thought it was a good time to get the certification. I find it's a bit like having, so I've got project management qualifications, but it's kind of more like a tick on a box. And then when you get to wherever you work, everyone does something in a different way anyway, but it's just, I think, a good to have. That's me.
I think we hear from everyone and we need to select one spokesperson also, right?
I don't think we heard from Kanisha, right?
Kanisha, yeah.
No, I don't think we heard from Kanisha yet.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Kanisha Henry. I am a mother, a wife, and I went to CDI College. I did addiction and community service work, as well as I did administrative assistant as well. And someone introduced me to this course called Scrum. So I'm just here to learn and see where it takes me. Thank you.
Awesome, Kanisha.
Thank you.
So who would like to be the spokesperson when we go back in the big group?
I think let's do a rundown on what everyone wants to be introduced with, because I think we are a lot of us, and maybe we should do like a summarized introduction so no one is trying to master what everyone said, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. Yeah. So I guess we could start with who went first. Michael, are you the one who went first?
Yeah, I think I went first. I'll just say, I'm just, I got my degree online, and now I'm here getting training paid for by the state of Illinois.
Online degree. Training by state of Illinois. All right. I'm just writing notes. I'm not saying.
That's all right. That's fine. That's all right.
All right. And then who went after that? Was you Payal? Is that how you say your name?
I think so. Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
Payal.
And
Perfect.
I'm a working professional. I'm just trying to add value to my particular current role. I'm working as a QA, and wanted to
You're working as a what?
QA, quality analyst,
Okay.
and wanted to add more values to my current role.
All right. Adding value to current role. All right. And then who went next? That was who went next? Was it you, Janet, or is it Monica?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, sorry. Oh, I'm butting in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it might have been me. Yeah, just a product manager looking to learn to do Scrum properly.
Okay. Product manager. Learning Scrum. All right. And then who was next after that? We got 56 seconds. Who was next?
I was after Jenna. So I'm Jeanette.
Yep, Jeanette.
Again, just to confuse everybody with their names.
Yeah.
And I'm a project manager,
Alright.
just looking to get a formal qual to
Project
upskill really.
manager. All right. And then who was next?
Monica was before me also.
All right. Yeah.
But you can just say tennis guy for me.
Yeah. Ali loves
I think this
tennis.
person.
All right. And then who was next? Monica.
Monica.
Yeah, Monica is self-taught Scrum. I remember that.
Yeah, self-taught Scrum, BSA role, wanting to make sure I'm doing it properly.
All right, self-taught Scrum. And then who was next? Was it me?
Yes.
And then it was Arnold.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Lots of smiling faces, so looks like that was a good discussion, and you like the team members. Fantastic. Let's go to team 1 first. You may want to mute yourself if you're not speaking so that there's no feedback. All right, team 1, representative.
Raj, I'm not sure who Anand is. Is that me?
So, team 1.
No, we were in team 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yours was 3.
Team 1, who wants to go? You forgot?
No,
Ken?
team 1, I believe it was Ken, but
Okay, so Raj, summarize your discussion. How does your team look like?
We basically introduced ourselves, and then we mentioned
some of the fun facts about each and one of us.
Okay.
My internet connection keeps coming in and off, but yeah, we pretty much had everyone introduce themselves. Some of the team from New Zealand, some from Australia, California, Massachusetts. And they shared my fun facts, and I said, I love cooking.
All right. Any other fun facts? Yeah. All right. Let's go to team 2. Thank you for that, Ken, and team 1. Team 2.
Yeah, that was me, Ben. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. So our group was quite a mixed bag. We had people from a few different countries. I'm here in Australia, but we had people in the US. We had someone from Montreal, I think. Hope that's right. So we had a couple of people that do some product management and product owner stuff. We had a couple of gamers. I'm a ex-professional baseballer, so we have quite a mixed bag. Some people in IT and a fella from the US Army, and yeah, that was us. We're pretty much all over the place.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Ben, and team 2. Team 3.
So can you hear me, Raj?
Yes.
All right. So I'm Arnold. I'm here in the US, in Massachusetts. So we had in our team, we had different sorts of people. We had a couple from Australia. We got 2 or 3 people who have online degrees, and they're looking to venture into more opportunities so that they can be able to get a job. And then we have a project. We had a project manager, so we had someone who's a little bit skilled and has worked in places where Agile and Scrum has been implemented. We also had a few people who are trying to get to learn Scrum the right way, and they've taught themselves, but they want to do it the right way. And then we had a mom who is trying to better herself, and she ran into Scrum. My friend told her, and she's going with it.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you for that, Arnold, and team 3.
Yeah, no problem.
You are all in the right spot here to make sure that you learn Scrum the right way, regardless of what the purpose is. I think definitely you're going to be learning Scrum the right way. There's many different ways, right? People have misconceptions about certain things in Scrum, and we are going to debunk those myths that you may have or somebody may have mentioned to you. Now, why are we here? We are here to learn about great teams or building great teams that generate value. So the term Scrum comes from the game or the sport rugby, right? So we are talking about how many of you work in a waterfall environment? When I say waterfall, it's like a team of experts doing some work, pass it on to another team of experts, pass it on to another team of experts. At the end, you get to the finish line or you reach your goals. Now, there's some challenges in those situations where the customer might say, oh, this is not what I asked you for. And you might have to, go back and then redo certain things. And sometimes it's not even possible for you to do that. So that mimics like a relay race approach, right? The waterfall is like a mini relay race approach where someone is passing the baton on to you and you pass the baton on to somebody and you keep moving forward in that direction. And that's what Scrum, Scrum is more about strategizing and making sure that you get the ball from here to the goalpost. So lots of huddles, like for example, daily Scrum is something where you sync up with your team members and work with each other to strategize for the day. So those kinds of things are, the term, it's not like exactly rugby, but the term came from rugby. So we're going to be talking about that. Now, before we actually start doing some of this work, can you all please put in the chat some of the challenges that you may have faced in waterfall? Or you may face, in case if you thought about it, you worked in that area or you heard about the relay race approach, right? just now that I mentioned. What are some of the challenges that you think that you might face working in a waterfall environment? Please put that in the chat. Miscommunication, lots of times. Possible silos, yes, correct. Outdated products, losing time, not delivering anything at the end. Yeah, it ends up being like what? Nothing, lots of silos. Yes, bad outcomes, difficult to point scope creep, too long to deliver, difficult to know all the requirements up front, over budget, yeah, schedule overruns, budget overruns, cannot make changes, inflexibility of delivery, people not working together because it's not a team concept, right? Everyone is working in their own silos. Yes, that could happen. Not understanding each other, that's because of the miscommunication or no communication, lack of communication. All of those things can happen. Not understanding each other is actually a big thing. But Scrum is more of a team-based approach. So small teams that generate value is what we're going to be focusing on. A little bit about myself. I'm Raj Kasturi. I have about 34 years of experience in IT. I started my career as a junior developer or programmer, and I wore almost all the different hats in the IT industry that you can imagine. Being an architect, project manager, technical project manager, a Scrum Master, product owner, developer on a Scrum team, and also worked as an Agile coach. And I'm currently also working as an Agile coach in a big financial organization. I train close to 350 to 400 Scrum classes, essentially, to certify almost close to 9,000 people. I'm a certified Scrum trainer from Scrum Alliance, essentially, and I'm an Agile coach and worked as a Scrum Master. I'm also a certified trainer from Training from the Back of the Room. What does that mean? Training from the back of the room is a brain-based science, and we're going to be using a lot of those things for us to understand. Everyone learns differently. As adults, we learn even more differently. So that's why I want to make sure that we use different techniques to make sure that you retain this information for the long term. How many of you have gone to a training program or a workshop and after like a week you go, which program did I go to? I almost forgot, that I went to a training. Yeah, so that can happen to people. So we want to make sure that we retain this information for the long term. So I'm going to be using a lot of metaphors and stories, personal experiences, examples, so that you can retain this information and start using it as soon as you go back to work. And then you're starting, let's say you're using Scrum, you'll be able to do that. I'm also an adjunct faculty at Penn State University, which is a state university in Pennsylvania. And I have been teaching their technology courses. They have been teaching their Scrum courses, project management courses, lots of different places, including corporate training. And I've been doing that for the past 24 years. And next year, in February, I'll be celebrating 25 years at Penn State. This is like a part-time job, but I've been doing this for the past so many years. I'm really happy that I'm making a difference in someone's lives in their education and upskilling and all of those things. I remember my daughter was about 2 years old when I first started teaching at Penn State. Now we can officially have a drink together. Officially have a drink together, if you know what that means. So essentially, I enjoyed this. I'm a speaker and a volunteer at various Scrum gatherings, and mainly, being a trainer, I can certify people and I make sure that you learn Scrum, from that. Yes, I do sleep during the night, but I think sometimes it's a lot of things happening. Now we talked about the different training from the back of the room, right? So essentially, images trump words. This is one of the reasons why I created Picasso art. How many of you are visual learners? All right, so I think you're going to be benefiting from this. Obviously with all the illustrations, etc. Talking trumps listening. You are going to be talking. This way, I think we all will learn from each other, and talking, is one thing. Rather than just listening, sometimes, talking is important. Movement trumps sitting. If you sit for a long time, blood needs to flow through your body, oxygen needs to get to your brain. So I think, there's frequent breaks. In case if you have to stretch, get up and do something, feel free to do so. If you have to take hey, I have a delivery at the door, You can go and quickly grab something, or you let your pet out, or whatever it is. You don't need any permission. But if you're missing in action for a long time and not on video, then you may need to talk. And you can't miss class for more than half an hour all 3 days. In case if you do that, you may have to let me know so that we can make any other arrangements as possible. Writing trumps reading. Make sure that you not only take notes and share your notes on the Miro board, you can write down your own notes for your own learning, using a traditional pen and paper method. I really like that. Shorter trumps longer. No matter what you do, you beat a topic to death, nothing comes out of it, right? So the human brain is very unique this way. After 8 minutes of learning, lecture or whatever it is, right? The human brain goes, I'm bored. Give me something new. Let's do something totally different. So all of these things are incorporated into our classroom so that we are engaging, we are entertaining, we are talking to each other, we are asking questions, but then we'll make it short and sweet and quick. And different trumps same. So this is the reason why I created the different spokesperson each activity. This way everyone will get a chance to speak and we all get to learn from different perspectives and share our skills and perspectives as well. Different things like, for example, we might make a decision quickly in the classroom using the fist of 5 method. Fist of 5 is basically a facilitation technique where 5 means I love this idea. I'm going to run with this. Let's just do this. 1 means I'm not sure about it. I don't like this. So we all can make those kinds of decisions. But as Scrum Masters, you're going to be needing these kinds of facilitation skills going forward. So feel free to learn those things. 5 means jazz hands. I love this. Let's move on with this. We're going to live by the values of Scrum: courage, focus, respect, commitment, and openness. Does anyone know what this, how many of you know this character Elmo? All right, fantastic. Does anyone know the full form of Elmo? ELMO. A facilitation technique. Enough, let's move on. Now what happens is many times we are trying to ask a question, or sometimes it's we are talking about something irrelevant. So in those situations, each one of you has the opportunity to call Elmo on anyone in the classroom, including me. If I'm digressing, if I'm saying something totally irrelevant, you might say, Elmo, Raj, what's happening? Come on, move on. Now, I have one request. Elmo means don't call Elmo on the person as soon as they start speaking. Let them finish their sentence and then you can call Elmo if it is not relevant. Also, Elmo means that we are going to put it on the parking lot and we could discuss that at the relevant time. And if it is not relevant to anyone in the classroom, maybe you and I will have a conversation during a break and say, well, I'll put you in the right direction. But we'll also take some time off at the end of the class to make on day number 3 to talk about all of these different things that may not be relevant as well. A little bit about my story of persistence. Back in 1984, I'm not that old. In 1984, I wanted to study in the US when I was in India. So I applied to some grad schools on the northeast side of the US, and I got admission in some good schools. So when I went to apply for my visa to enter the US, my visa was refused. I was a little bit disappointed, a lot bit disappointed. So I went and applied to schools the next fall, got admission, got my visa refused yet again. Now, fast forward to 7 years and 7 attempts and 7 rejections, I got my visa at that time. Now, why am I sharing this story with all of you? There's no such thing as rejection. There's no such thing as failure. It feels like that at that moment, but you listen, just my own story, right? You can do a lot of things, and Scrum actually provides you that opportunity to inspect and adapt. Constantly, you're learning from your own experience. Continuous improvement is like the biggest thing that we are going to talk about during our Scrum class. I did that, and now I'm able to actually certify a lot of people in Scrum. Not only that, I've done a lot of other certifications, including project management, etc. So that's my story of persistence and rejection. Now, these are the certifications in Scrum Alliance, from Scrum Alliance. CSM, Certified Scrum Master, is what we are taking. This is the golden certification program, which is very popular and very, very valuable, in my opinion. There's about 1.4 certified Scrum Masters in the world. And I'm going to be more than happy to add another 27 to the list probably in the next few days. and that includes all of you. There's other courses like Advanced Certified Scrum Master, Certified Scrum Professional Scrum Master, Certified Scrum Product Owner, Certified Scrum Developer. All of these things are foundational and advanced level courses. And there's also a guide level course, which is CST. I'm a Certified Scrum Trainer, and there's only about 250 of us in the world. Now, the reason why I'm actually sharing this information is because it's a very hard certification to get. And I actually traveled the world with some of the best in the industry, some thought leaders, including the co-creators of Scrum, Jeff Sutherland and Ken Schwaber. And I learned a lot from all of these people who have been dedicated in doing research and have actually created Scrum as a framework. A certified enterprise coach and certified team coach. There's also leadership courses and additional courses as you go through. We'll go to talk about that as well. Now, CST, there's another story behind it. It took me 7 attempts, 7 years, and 7 rejections to get my CST. So that's a lot of rejection, right? So my wife said, well, I think, looks like, 7 seems to be your lucky number. You should go and play in Vegas so that you can hit the lucky jackpot 777. And I told her, no, thank you. I'm going to be teaching Scrum for the next 7 years. And hence I'm in front of you so that you can learn from each other. So that's my story of persistence. Now, after the class is done, you may be able to get certified by taking the CSM exam. We're going to be paying for your exam fee, which is included as a part of your course, fees, and you will be able to do this after the class is done. So you have to put in all the hours that are needed for you to get certified. And once that is done, on day number 3, we are going to upload your roster to the Scrum Alliance website, and you'll receive an email from Scrum Alliance for you to register to take the test. The test is something online. The test is something that you don't have to go to a Prometric Center or none of those things. These are all multiple choice questions. Everyone will get different questions, but there's, essentially you'll be able to take the test from the comfort of your own home, or you can go to Starbucks, or you can go to wherever you want to do it. It's up to you. Essentially, there's 50 multiple choice questions. You need to get 37 or higher to pass the test, right? So that means 74%. Now, I had 2 Girl Scouts in my class, both of them 14 years old. They actually passed the test the first time. They aced the test. So I have 100% success rate. No, I take that back. I have 99.99999% success rate with all of my students. And they said, using the Picasso art and the Scrum guide, they were able to ace the test. Now, so if you just tell me, woohoo, Raj, I got 74%, I'm not going to be too happy with you. You have to tell me that you have to raise the bar to 90%. But who cares, right? Nobody cares. Nobody's asking you, but you're just certified. And that, that's the most important aspect of it. So we're going to be working on that. While we go through our curriculum, like the learning objectives, we're going to do some knowledge checks also. So all the activities that you're going to do and the knowledge checks and all of these things will benefit you to also take the test. So lots of great information that will be useful for you. There's a 1-hour timer on the exam, and you must take it in one sitting. You can't say, I'm going to take 20 minutes today, 15 minutes tomorrow. You have to do it in one sitting. And so you will also, it's open book. So nobody is kind of like, no cameras, nobody is watching you. You can have multiple browsers open. You can have your notes right in front of you. Take advantage of all of these things. So you should be able to do that. And then you also, if you fail for some reason, you get another free try. If you fail even that, you can actually pay $25 from your pocket to take the test. So the Scrum Alliance doesn't want you to make it harder on you to do this. This is not going to make you an expert in Scrum, right? This is the beginning of your journey. And I think, they want to make sure that you put the learning experience in front of you. You get 2 years of complimentary Scrum Alliance membership for free, along with this course. And after 2 years, if you want to ensure that you renew your certification, I would strongly suggest you to do that. You have to pay $100 from your pocket, and you need to get 20 Scrum educational units. How do you do that? Because you are a member of Scrum Alliance, which means you have a lot of free content that is available. So log those hours, watch a video, read a blog post, write a blog post, attend a seminar, take another course. These are all great options for you to get these free SCUs or Scrum educational units. And after that, you can basically do that renewal as this. Yes, this is certification highly valued in the business world. Yes, it is very valuable and it has become very popular also. I see a lot of people coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, different places. And I think, this is very valid and legit certification. And you can actually download your digital badge after the class is done. Once you pass the test, you can do all those things and put it on LinkedIn, other places. Very, very valuable, I would say. So that's what the exam is all about. And we're going to talk about that soon. Any questions on the test or anything that we have discussed so far? We're going to take this actually again on day number 3. I want to make sure that I talk about it again while information is fresh in your mind. But for now, let's just focus on your learning. You let me, pull everyone towards me, and then we'll figure it out and take it from there. Yes, question, Kanisha?
Yes, sir. Good evening again. I missed the first part of the class when you were teaching us how to use the board. As a result, I didn't get to put my name in team 3. So I don't know if you could show me at some point, maybe at the end or in the closer to break, how to do that, please.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, we'll do that. Okay, so we talked about the waterfall challenges, but now let's just talk about what is Agile. What does the term Agile mean to you? Please put that in the chat. What is Agile? Agile means flexible, adaptable, lean, moving quickly, reactive, flexibility, rapid, can change direction very quickly. Agile methodology, adaptable, flexible, nimble, change direction, pivot as necessary, work sharing, all of these different things definitely mean Agile. And Agile is the ability to create and respond to change in order to succeed in an uncertain and turbulent environment. When you're working on situations where you're working on a complex problem or a complicated problem, you don't know what you don't know. In those situations, you just cannot plan for everything perfectly. And even if you plan perfectly, plans are subject to change, and it's impossible to have a perfect plan. So when you work in these uncertain environments, you need to pivot, you need to be flexible. So Agile is that ability to move quickly and easily. Agile is that ability to think and understand quickly, quick, nimble, adaptable, flexible. So Agile is a philosophy, it's a mindset. It's not something that you do, it's an adjective. So how Agile means that you cannot really do Agile. Can you do Agile? Can you do flexible? Can you do nimble? You cannot, right? Because unless you're a yoga instructor, how can you do flexible? But you can be flexible. How can you be flexible? By having this mindset. But having this philosophy is very, very important. So in order for you to be Agile, you need to put the values and principles into practice. So Agile values. That's what our next topic is going to be. But essentially, we are going to be talking about that. So Agile is basically an umbrella term also. Think about this this triangle here, right? For a second, just imagine that this is an iceberg. It's not Picasso art, so just imagine. And then these dotted lines are like water. What is above the water is more visible, but less powerful. What are those? Your tools and practices. They're great, but they're more visible, but they're less powerful. What is under the water is less visible, but more powerful. And these are the principles and the values and the mindset that you carry with you. So Agile is an umbrella term. And this umbrella term, let's say you're in the market for a refrigerator. You're buying a refrigerator. Now, refrigerators come in different brands, right? You have your Samsung, your Bosch, you have GE, all these different brands. So Agile is this, where you have different brands or approaches to solving problems. Scrum is one of them. So you have Scrum, you have lean software development, Kanban, extreme programming, continuous integration, continuous delivery. All of these are approaches to solving problems, and Scrum is one of them. And it has become very, very popular because of the discipline that it provides, and it's the flexibility in terms of doing your work and working in a team fashion. All of these things are approaches to solving a problem. Now, you might use whatever works for you, right? I can use Lean, I can use Kanban, but I think you chose to learn about Scrum because it has become very popular. Tesla, BMW, all these companies are using Scrum nowadays. Even though we learned from the manufacturing companies, we are doing that. Multiple, Scrum at scale, large scale Scrum, scaled agile frameworks. If you have, in my organization, I have about 10,000 people, and we have about 350 Scrum teams, maybe 25 Kanban teams, and somebody is using traditional project management. All of these things are there. Essentially, if your fuller approaches, if you have multiple teams working in Scrum, maybe there's some dependencies. You need to scale. So scaling of all of these things are something that is using these different scaling techniques or fuller approaches that have beyond one team. How do you work with each other? And that's basically a scaling technique, Scrum at scale, large scale Scrum, SAFe, etc. But again, these are outside the scope of our curriculum, but we are going to be focusing on Scrum. Maybe we'll draw some parallels from other frameworks. We'll also talk about, hey, how does it get done if I have multiple products? How do you, but then it's we have some dependencies. How do you work with those things? So if you have any questions on those, I'll be able to share my experience because I have also a lot of experience in this area on the right-hand side. So we're going to be focusing on that. Now, there's also this Agile Manifesto and Agile Values and Principles. So before we started working in Agile, or the term Agile was actually coined in 2001, February. All these thought leaders, to be precise, 17 of them, they all went to they've been doing a lot of research in the early 1970s, 80s, 90s. Scrum was co-created in the early 1990s. Some other people have started using different philosophies, different frameworks, but essentially they are all sharing this knowledge with each other, and they said, we have a lot of things in common. Let's share this. So in the past, they published everything in journals, etc. But now they said, let's just talk about it. And then after the internet, we started collaborating with all of these people, and all these people, they said, we have so many things in common. Let's just talk about this. So they all got together in a ski lodge in Utah in February of 2001. They ate, they drank, they skied, and they coined the term called Agile. And they talked about this, how that can benefit the rest of the world. So what they have done is they crafted this Agile Software Development Manifesto. This word software, it all started with software development, but it's actually used in many different industries now. Scrum is used in different parts of the world, different industries, and essentially educational institutions, hospitals, healthcare settings, pharmaceutical companies, manufacturing, automotive industry. Everyone is using Agile, and this word can be product or service or whatever it is, right? That software can be replaced with that, but they haven't really changed that. So these are the values of Agile. They said, let's just learn from each other, and then this will be helpful. So what they said was, we are uncovering better ways of developing software, service, product, etc. by doing it and helping others do it. We are not just kind of preaching and going away. Everyone needs to learn from these things. So we want to help each other to do it. So we have come to value, and these are the 4 values of Agile from a test point of view, and also from your learning point of view. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Processes and tools are great, but let the individuals interact and solve problems. I'll give you an example. I went to a financial company in 2005, and I joined the company, and day number 1, they said, welcome aboard, Raj. Your laptop will be here in about 3 days. I said, 3 days to get a laptop? That's a lot of time, right? What will I do? In the meantime, they said, well, we'll do all these, orientation to et cetera, et cetera. All of that was done. But fast forward to day number 9, laptop still not here. I was surprised. I followed up, and they said, well, we are so sorry, but we actually have a tool where we track our, processes, And one of the approvers, there were 3 levels of approval for a lab. And then the second level manager was on PTO. So nobody knew exactly where this was stuck in the process, in the queue. Now, if they had actually had the flexibility, this is over processing, right? Unnecessary wastage of time and processing. So let the people make those decisions. Working software over comprehensive documentation. How many of you worked on comprehensive documentation like BRD, FRD, MRD, ORD, ZRD, etc., project plans, this plan, that plan, architectural diagram, so much of documentation, right? Now, do we really need that? Well, how many of you have read through your 5,000 pages of BRD or FRD? I've never done that. Like, I go to whoever is the author, go and talk to them. Unfortunately, in traditional project management, where are they? They have moved on to a different project altogether. So it's so hard to work on documentation for 8 months and then nothing comes out of it. So working software. Does anyone know what IKWISI means? IKIWISI? It's not sushi. It sounds like sushi, right? IKWISI? No, it is called I know it when I see it. Your customer, your sponsors, your stakeholders will be able to give you feedback if you provide them, hey, you know what? This sprint, I'm going to give you a water bottle. And here you go, touch it, feel it. So IKWISI is more about I know it when I see it, rather than just giving them graphical illustrations and say, hey, here you go. This is how your water bottle looks like. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Don't make your requirements as your contracts. Just make sure that you collaborate with your customer and contracts will fall into their place. Responding to change over following a plan. Plans are useless. Planning is indispensable. That's what Eisenhower once mentioned, which means plans are subject to change. Did anyone have a perfect plan where, everything that you're assigned to a project and you had 2,000 hours to finish it, and then by December 25th, midnight, you were finished without putting in 1 hour of overtime? Anyone? In my experience, never was that a possibility. So it's impossible to have that perfect plan, but we always want a plan. But we can have a plan, but plan just in time, just enough. That's more important than doing this. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was a project manager and I've worked with Gantt charts and stuff like that. 5,000 pages of multi-million-dollar project plans that I've created. Now, how many times did I have to redo those things? Multiple times throughout my project, right? It's all going to be very, very difficult to do that. Now, responding to change over following a plan. I was a project manager, right? I told you. So I was going to Disney with my family. So being a project manager, I created a detailed project plan for my trip to Disney with my family. So day number 1, Magic Kingdom. Day number 2, all of these different things were done. So day number 1 arrived where I said, well, we are going to Magic Kingdom. First, we are going to go to the right-hand side of the park. First ride is going to be 1 hour, 10 minutes. And then the next ride is going to be another 10 minutes. We'll walk for 3 minutes to the other side. By 5 o'clock, we'll be done with the park. We're going to our favorite restaurant in Orlando. And from there, we'll head back to the hotel. So that was so detailed. Day number 1 arrived. Now, all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, but there was population explosion that happened in the park, looked like. So many people there. So we went to the park, went to the right-hand side. The first ride was 1 hour, 15 minutes wait time. Now, what do? I can't do anything, right? So we went to the second ride. That was another 45 minutes. My kids were visibly upset by looking at me and my project plan. Dad, this is not working. Can you please throw it out? So I tossed the project plan, and then I was flexible at that point of time, thinking, let's just go with the flow, right? We went to our favorite ride, Dumbo, and from there on, we strategized and figured out what to do next. So this is how plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. Again, while there's value in the items on the right, there's value in the items on the left more. We're not saying these are useless. All we are saying is there's more value on the items in the left-hand side. So when it comes to decision-making, focus more on these things rather than the unnecessary processes, unnecessary heavy kind of things that you need to do. That's what the software development. That's the manifesto. And there's 12 principles that support the Agile manifesto, but let's just wait until we come back from our break, and then we'll talk about it at that time. Any questions on this or any comments? Yes, Arnold?
Is this one of the major questions that's asked in the certification for exam, like list the 4 principles of the Agile manifesto?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, right? Because all the sections that we have, they have equal weightage, 20% from Scrum theory, 20% from accountabilities, 20% from events, and 25% from artifacts. So all of these things are almost like you can expect 10 questions in each of those areas. The entire Scrum theory, yeah, which we are focusing on now.
Thanks.
Sure. Awesome. Any other? All right. Time flies, right? Devin, yes.
Sorry. What was the little phrase you said about planning and what plans? I just want to write that down. I like that.
Plans are useless. Planning is indispensable.
Okay.
Eisenhower's quote. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. So we'll take our first break now. And when we come back, we'll just talk about the Agile values and also the 12 principles, and then we'll take it from there. So first free break of the day or the evening, 25 minutes. Can you believe that? Never in the history of a classroom that you have this free break like this. Yes, Kanisha, before we go, your question?
Okay, is this the only break that we're getting for today?
No, we have 2 more free breaks.
Okay,
Yeah.
then. All right. Which one of the breaks will you show me how to use the board?
Oh, yeah, I can show it to you now. I can show it to you. Others, please make sure that you enjoy your break. And I'm going to put a timer so you know that we need to come back within that time frame, 25 minutes. Here you go.
So.
Okay, awesome.
All
right. So let's say you have these icons here.
Yeah.
And then you have some menu on the top, and you have this zoom zoom in and zoom out option. So whenever you are doing something like you want to put some notes, the way that it works is that you can click on this sticky note and pick your favorite color. See, a bird is floating. Let's say I want to put it over here. You put it over here and start typing whatever notes that you have in the sticky note. So that's how you use sticky note. The rest of them, basically reactions. You can raise your hand if you already know that. You've been doing that. So that's something. And zoom in is another option where you zoom in. And these are the different breaks that we have now, different times. So that's about it. Fairly simple, fairly easy.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Sure.
The course, the information that you're teaching us, right? It's in the Google link that you sent us?
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. See you soon. Absolutely. It looks like OneNote, a lot of things.
Big boss, ningoje. Nini yako? Wani Bosch. Ni huku nyuma. Kuja hivi. Kuja huku. Sema Bosch.
Hebu nifungulie zinaweza kunyora.
Haya.
Ni Zoom.
Lakini iko mute.
Acha nione kama sawa.
Wewe Malila pepa ama unaiacha hapa? Si kesho. Kesho si unakuja? Na mami. Kesho kutakuwa late, tutakuwa 3. Mamudu wache na ma stronghold na hivi kuangalia hivi watu vibaya. Niko serious.
Sawa.
Yeah. Hizo lazima uzikatae. Hizo ndio zitakufanya usipone. Hizo machungu. Already una do better. Sawa? Yeah. Mama dharau na machungu mingi wacha. Au kwa trauma anymore ndio. Si tulisema hivyo. No living in trauma. Yeah. Yeah. Kesho. Leo tume have a great time. Yeah. Kuda nimekurekodia, umeiona?
Utaangalia ukinitumia.
YouTube link nishatuma. Ni hita. Wadau. Baadaye.
Corday?
I'm on break.
I know. I kind of figured. I was like, why Arnold's calling me? He must be on break. How
Yeah.
is it?
Good day.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of companies are using Scrum, like Tesla, BMW. To get a job is very easy. We're gonna help you. It's gonna be great.
Oh, you think it's easy? That's how you feel?
Mm-hmm.
No, it is.
Mm-hmm.
You understanding me?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Did your sister leave?
Yeah, she just left.
Oh, okay. Nice, nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, the certification is 50 questions. You just have to get 30 right, so you can fail 20. Mm-hmm. And no one is looking at you on camera. You can look at your notes. Mm-hmm.
But that's good. I'm sure you're gonna do good.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that one, and I'm gonna do that other one called Scaled Agile Framework. It's called SAFE.
How much is that to do? Because I can pay for you to do the other one. How
The-
much is it?
It's $554.
Okay, so I'm gonna pay for you to do the other one. I'm
Oh.
just gonna actually, you know what? You have a chance to do it because this month, December 1st, we have to pay mortgage, but I'm gonna tell my dad I'm not paying because I have a lot of things to get for the house.
Yeah.
I'll start paying in January because we need a lot to fix. So I'm sure he's gonna understand. So then you don't give me no money. If you're buying a TV, that's all. Keep that money and take advantage. You're not paying. You don't pay last month. You're not paying this month for you to do it. Okay.
Yeah, cause it's gonna be great.
Mhm.
It's gonna
Yeah,
be it's gonna be great because
Don't give me money for bed. I have money for bed. Okay.
Code, I gotta make this money.
No, because Code, like you doing that is helping us too.
Yeah.
So I rather let you keep that money and do it than take it. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's more important for you to finish it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't give me nothing. Not even, I don't know why you go. If you want to buy that one TV for the kitchen, it's fine. But for the bedroom, we don't need it right now. Okay? The bedroom is after I do everything and we buy it. I buy the bedroom and then TV. Okay?
Yeah.
Maybe just the kitchen is fine. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, save the money because you said that the winter time is not that busy. Take advantage that we have this month coming that we're not paying the rent and do it, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, do that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's awesome. I'm
Yeah.
glad. God is good
Yeah, all the time.
all the time. All right. But you know what my mom said?
Yeah.
That is like, I said, oh my God, why don't we take time to heal? Like, there's no healing. He's still in the process. He did not finish his things that he's doing. Simone is still at the house. He went out for dinner with this lady from this other island. Okay? He's trying to date somebody. That's crazy. I'm telling you.
What did Mama say?
Mama said that's stupid, but what she's gonna do? It's not your business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but everybody does what they want, but then the consequences is what you see,
Mm-hmm.
Yep. He went out with the girl. And then the girl asked him, how long you don't have nobody? He said 1 month. The girl said, that's too soon. And she's like, you're gonna go back to her because it's like a month ago. That's so crazy. Who wants to date like 1 month after date? It's like that girl Shiro that was pregnant and she was dating another guy.
Uh-huh.
But if you're pregnant in my country, you're not supposed. I feel like it's very. I feel like you feel dirty if you're pregnant from another man and you're carrying a baby to sleep with somebody else. What do you think?
Yeah.
It's like transferring another blood to that baby, and then you can't. like back on the days, if you're pregnant, you're not together, you have to wait until the child is born, and then wait, and then maybe date later, but no, while you're pregnant.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the stupidest thing ever. But you know what? Nobody thinks the same, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear hear you.
I can hear you now. I've been trying to make sure that I listen, but I couldn't hear because I don't know what is going on.
Okay. Now, are you able to join on video?
Yes, I'll put on the video now.
Okay, awesome. And mute yourself if you're not speaking so that we all have a good experience.
Okay.
All right, fantastic. So we'll get started in a couple of seconds here. Okay, great. Right before the break, we were talking about the Agile Manifesto and the 12 principles that support the Agile Manifesto. I haven't really talked about the principles that support the Agile Manifesto, but what I want us to do is, as a team, I want you to go and look at the Agile values, have a discussion with your team, and talk about these 12 principles that support the Agile Manifesto. Now, while you're doing this discussion, talk about a few points as to why these values or principles are important and how will they address the waterfall challenges. If in the previous activity, you put that in the chat, right? Waterfall challenges, communication, lack of communication. Will they really address those waterfall challenges or not? So to make it a little bit easier, what I want you to do is team number 1, you focus on the first 4 principles. And team 2, you take the next 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8 principles. And team number 3, you take 9, 10, and 11, 12. So that is something that you're going to do. And if somebody has not joined the team, I can just put you in a team and balance it out so you can take it from there. Okay. All right. Any questions?
I've not joined any team.
Yeah, I'm going to put you in a team.
Hi, this is Erica Ravenel. Could you place me in a team as well?
Will do. Yeah. All right. So again, for the benefit of everyone, we want to make sure that you are on video throughout the session because it's a mandate, and make sure that you mute yourself if you're not speaking to have a good experience in the classroom. So that's it. This next activity, I'm going to give you 8 minutes. Team number 1, 1 through 4. Team number 2, 5 through 8. Team number 3, 9 through 12. And then have a discussion and then put some sticky notes with your notes on it so that in case if you come back and want to refresh your thoughts and read those notes or whatever, however you want to do it. But don't forget to identify a new spokesperson for this activity from your team.
Raj,
Okay.
Raj,
Yeah,
are they still buying us dinner and singing for us?
I don't know. I think, that if they happen to fall in your team, remind them. Yeah. All right. So
No dinner, Arnold. I'm happy to be the spokesperson for this one.
Perfect. Let's do
Sounds
it.
good to me.
Okay, so
Have we got 9 to 12, have we?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess if we look at 9 and say why it's important and then how it would address waterfall challenges.
I would say for 9, it kind of stood out because when it says good design enhances agility, the first thing I thought about was kind of like Microsoft, because I know like for Excel, and like when I learned about was Power BI, and that's really kind of focused on like simplicity, like vibrant colors, so it's easy to understand what you're looking at. So I would say once there's a lot of good design principles and make it really simple, that can really make it it can make it so that anybody who's looking at it has like an expertise in it without having too much to learn about. Like I know one thing was like Tableau. It's like a really, really complex like business intelligence software. So people kind of move away from that and they move more towards like simpler ones.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. I think when I look at 0.92, I haven't really looked at the others, but when I look at 0.9, so I'm new to Scrum. I'm not sure who else is new. I think yeah, Kenisha said she's new to Scrum. So when I hear Pablo from Michael, it sounds a little like gibberish to me. But so
I'm sorry about that.
oh yeah. So so I'm not really an expert when it comes to the software IT world, but I was more like Monica, who when she was talking about self-taught Scrum. So I've been looking at YouTube videos and things like that. So on 0.9, where it says attention to technical excellence, I think of like a retrospective, which is there when it comes to Scrum and implementing Agile. And I think the waterfall, you get to look at what you guys did towards all the way towards the end of the project. So I think being Agile helps you from a retrospective standpoint, while waterfall does not, I think.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, that's a good perspective. I can kind of piggyback on that. Based on that, I'm in a VSA role. I've worked in both waterfall and agile. And with agile, they give you an opportunity to look into the system in itself up front in sprints, whereas in waterfall, the product is up and running before you even, you go through testing, but for the most part, the product is up and running. And then you run into all of these different obstacles. Oh, we should have done this, we should have done that. And the majority of the time, it's a phase 2. Whereas agile, it can kind of eliminate that phase 2 because you're running everything into sprints.
Excellent, Monica.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And during the agile, the client will also be engaged the same way. So if they have some kind of prediction in the beginning, like they want this kind of product, but down the line, if their requirements got changed, the team can accommodate that requirements and can make the changes as per client's need. In the next release, definitely.
What about 10? We only have 4.5 minutes left. I'm gonna motor through. So number 10, simplicity. Any thoughts on that one?
I think someone answered part of that with 9, but yeah. Sorry.
I would say yep, go ahead.
So like burn down and burn up chart, we can prioritize our work. What is the most essential thing we need to do first? And what are the least priority work? We can have the opportunity to prioritize our work in the agile.
Awesome. I think I would add to number 10 when it comes to simplicity, just the fact of the Agile Manifesto. It's broken down in 4 steps. I mean, that is pretty much, common sense, and it's so simple. It's 4 steps, just follow the 4 steps, and that's pretty simple.
I know when you make things simple, like one of the issues that was mentioned was difficulty with communication and a lot of misunderstanding. So when you make things simple, it should be able to allow everybody to be on the same page and understand each other much better.
I think running with agile methodology can do that, whereas waterfall in the beginning where he was referencing a BRD is a multiple page document. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm not one to like to read a lot. So you have to, for you to even understand the project and get the functional and non-functional requirements out of it, you have to constantly read like, huge documents. So I think an agile from an agile standpoint, it does make it more simple because you're only going from a user story aspect, which, the role, what is actually needs to be done as well as the outcome. And then you're running that from an agile standpoint. So I think that makes it more simple and it's easier to understand.
Sweet.
Great. All right. What about 11? Any thoughts on 11? Best architecture's requirements and designs emerge from self-organizing teams.
I think with agile, with the design, you get to see it up front, and you get to see it up front and in pieces. Whereas, again, like I stated before, when you're running waterfall, the product is up and running before you could test it all at one point in time. It takes the developers to build the product, then you test it. Whereas with agile, you're running it, in sprints. You're building it.
I would like to add one more thing in that, like we are releasing the product in pieces. And that's how it is more organized and we can adopt any new changes in the product.
Okay.
For the 12, I have, we are still doing the 11.
No, I think we can try and squeeze in 12.
Yeah, so for the 12, after every sprint in Agile, we have the retrospective meetings where we can discuss what we did well, what went well during that sprint, and what we can do better, and what slowed down us. So all that discussion as a team help us to give the I'll say constructive feedback about our work.
So after action review?
It's called a retrospective after every sprint. So whatever we done in that sprint.
And I think there's time boxed task boards in what do you call it, in Agile, so that can be able to help us have more regular intervals, because we have something that we are working with, and we are working with that through a time box.
All right, welcome back. Lots of smiling faces, so which means there was a good discussion. Let's go to team one. Team one, can you please summarize your discussion on the first 4 principles?
Raj, quick question. Can you throw the board link again into the chart?
Yes, that's going to be for free this time because not charging any money for this round. All right, let's go to team one.
Yeah, so for team one, we were in conversation. I'll jump in and volunteer to be the spokesperson this time around because we didn't actually vote on a spokesperson this time. So for number one, the highest priority is to satisfy customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software in Agile, and our notes aren't complete, so I'll have to verbalize them. In waterfall methodology, we don't do that, right? There's not continuous delivery of software to anybody. You're going to wait months or years in order to get something delivered at the end. And it may have been valuable to the customer in the beginning, but it might not be by the time you deliver it. Leading into number 2, which is welcoming changing requirements in waterfall methodology, we don't take change in requirements. That's a comment I made earlier about scope creep. That's a huge thing. That's a huge deal in waterfall. You set the boundaries up front and you deliver against those agreed to boundaries. 3, to deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months. Again, as mentioned in number 1, there's no frequent delivery of software. It's a big bang right at the end. And number 4, business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. We discussed how in traditional waterfall, sometimes even the business people don't ever speak to the developers whatsoever. So there's this big gap between them, that direct line of communication between those 2 groups.
Yeah, awesome. That was a great summary. Thank you for that, Sheila, and team 1. All right, let's go to team 2. Two.
I can volunteer for this one. We also didn't get to pick a spokesperson. So for number 5, regarding building projects around motivated individuals, we said that in general, projects do have a higher success rate if motivated individuals work, because we are, working with unmotivated individuals would then sort of stagger progress and delay the finish. And also wanted to highlight the point that the trust is important, especially when there are multiple teams delivering different parts, which is very important in Agile as well. For point number 6, the most efficient, effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. We all agree with this one, because allowing face-to-face to communicate face-to-face instead of hiding behind emails just allows for a more autonomous working environment, and also allows for quick response. It also promotes the transparency and builds the trust to avoid working in silos. For number 7, working software is the primary measure of progress with Agile, because we're delivering incrementally and iteratively. The progress is visible. We can deliver, test, find the defects, fix them, and then deliver them again. And so there's a regular feedback loop, whereas in Waterfall, you probably won't see the final product until the end, and then all the issues then are there at the end, and it'll just be a bigger mess than as if in Agile. And then lastly, for point number 8, Agile processes promote sustainable development, and the sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Again, with Agile being incremental in comparison to Waterfall being one big release, Agile allows to spot more issues and errors prior to the final go live.
Yeah, I think that's a great summary, Winona. Thank you for that. I think when Team 1 talked about motivated individuals, and now we are talking about trust. We're talking about iterative and incremental development. We're talking about transparency and incremental releases versus Waterfall with like a big bang approach. And all of those things will be covered as part of our Scrum framework. And I think this is a great beginning to our conversation. So thank you for that. Let's go to Team 3.
Yep, so for Team 3, number 9 is around continuous attention to technical excellence, and good design enhances agility. So we talked about how good design principles actually make things simpler, makes the product simpler and better and more likely to be used. An example was given around Power BI as a piece of software, and how those Agile principles have been applied to it. And in terms of Waterfall, as part of Agile, you've got the continuous sort of attention in terms of retros. And again, as B mentioned, Waterfall, you're not likely to do any reviews until the product's actually being developed. So for number 10, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. So in Agile, we've got prioritization of work. So it's very clear what is high priority, low priority. In terms of simplicity, the manifesto of Agile itself is just 4 steps. So that's even just from a manifesto standpoint, you've got that simplicity as a key item. And also simplicity makes it better for communication in terms of what you're communicating to other teams, to other members. So it just is, simplicity is just good all round in different aspects. And in opposition to that, is mentioned about the BRD documentation, whereas Agile is more around user stories and outcomes. So it's much easier to understand what it is you're trying to achieve, and less about reading documents. So number 11 is the best architectures, requirements and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. So again, with Agile, you get to see upfront what the design is, and then you can just adapt new changes in the product as you go along. Whereas, with Waterfall, again, your product is tested and issues are surfaced once it's been developed, which also kind of piggybacks off number 12. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. So again, the importance of having retros after every sprint. That way you can review, discuss, iterate, change, even change the way your team's working. And I've done that before in projects. And again, it's just why it's so different to waterfall, where you're not getting to do that continuously through the process. You're doing it at the end. So that's our team.
Awesome. Jeanette, thank you for that. I think that's a great summary. These principles, from 9 through 12, right? Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. When I first read that, I thought it was a little negative, but don't read anything between the dashes, just say simplicity is essential. The art of maximizing the amount of work not done means we are saying no to unimportant work for now so that we can focus on the most important work that provides you the return on investment for the work that you're doing. So essentially, you're always trying to work on the highest priority items, and then you're always operating from the top of the product backlog, so that you're working on something that provides you the return on investment for the stakeholders, sponsors, and value to the users is very, very important. Now, number 12, how many of you have actually done something called lessons learned or postmortem? Yeah, in project management, it's about postmortems and things like that. Normally, where's postmortem performed? In what setting? Hospitals, right? At the end, when the patient is dead, or like the person is dead. So what's the point of doing all of these things when you're done with the project? How many of us have actually gone back and looked at historical information that was like, well, we are filing this information away for any other projects that might be using it. Our project may be completely different. Our experience will be different. Our people who are working on that are going to be different. And also it's useless because what's the point of doing it at the end, right? There's no feedback loops incorporated, which means that you're never going to be using this in real time. But in Scrum, every sprint we do something called a retrospective. Retrospect on how you can become better individuals, better team, or how you can serve the needs of the customer better by improving yourselves as a team, by finding your own faults, fixing your own faults. That's the most important thing working in this fashion. But amazing. I think, yes, I think they were all based on different, based on this slanted towards, 1 through 4 is customer, 5 through manager, and 9 to 12 team. Absolutely useful way to present them. Yeah. Awesome. Great. So these are the different principles, and then we talked about that. Anjali, you had a comment, question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, how important is it for you to truly believe in and live all of these principles in order to leverage Agile? I imagine it is, but I'm coming at this from a perspective of a team that we do a blend of Agile and Waterfall. It is totally not, it's not utilizing all of the tools. So I was curious what your thoughts were.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there's a lot of misinformation, and there's a lot of different wrong ways of doing certain things. And people think that, this might help us because let's just tweak it. We've been using Waterfall, let's just start using Agile now. And if you're using things, it's dangerous to mix and match and do, things hoping that, you might get a lot of good results, because you are cutting corners on a lot of things. So I would say that, advise against that. Because you're getting confused with all of these things. It's very easy to just go back to our old-fashioned ways of working, because that kind of impedes the way that we need to transform our organization. But yes, these values and everything, these thoughts are very, very important. And every game comes with some rules, right? A sport or a game, just like that, Scrum has its own rules, and we need to follow those rules. And you have to use Scrum in its entirety. If not, you're not doing Scrum. So there's no such thing as, Scrum, Ban. What is it called if you start using both waterfall and Scrum? What do you think is called?
You're asking me?
Yes, or anyone for that matter in the class.
Agile.
Agile. Yeah, waterfall and agile is like agile, fragile. We're doing Scrum, but we're doing waterfall. That's called Scrumfall.
Scrumfall.
We're doing Scrum, but we don't want to do any retrospectives. That's called Scrum. But all of these things really don't lead to any, I would say, success in terms of doing your work. It gets more confusing, and people start, there's a reason why you want to use Scrum in its entirety, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes here. Yeah. All right, awesome. That is a great start. So thank you for bringing all of your notes and your thoughts and putting them here so that you can share with each other. And I think you're going to take it with you. So if there's anything incorrect or anything that I need to call it out, I will. Please make sure that you make those changes so that you learn Scrum the right way. Okay. All right. So far we talked about the Agile Manifesto and the principles that support the Agile Manifesto. Now, it all depends on the kinds of problems that we are trying to solve, right? So when you're using problems, when you're trying to solve problems, it all depends on what kind of framework is useful in solving those problems. And people just start to use it, whatever reason, but then, they may not be successful, or it's not going to be useful in doing that. So let's put problems on a spectrum and say, let's just say simple problems, easy problems, put them on the left-hand side of the spectrum. And then complex problems, let's put them on the right-hand side of the spectrum. Progressively becomes more complex, more complicated, and some of them fall in between. But essentially, when everything is predictable, right? For example, using a traditional fixed way of working, which is a defined way of working or solving your problems. A defined way is more like mimicking like a waterfall. It follows a step-by-step approach to say, after this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, right? So how many of you know how to make breakfast pancakes? All right, even I know how to make breakfast pancakes. How do I do it? I buy a box of pancake mix, I mix it in water, and I cook it on the stove, right? So it's sort of a following like a recipe. So when you use this kind of a recipe or a step-by-step approach, everything is predictable. You know exactly can you figure out how many pancakes you can make in 5 minutes using this recipe? Yes? Yes. Can I repeat this over and over again successfully? Yes, I follow this, and it's possible. Now, how about cure for cancer? Is there any cure for cancer? No, there's no cure for cancer. Maybe some of them are kind of like, still doing it. But can I use this kind of an approach, traditional approach for cure for cancer? Can I say, let's try it on a patient and see what happens? No, you have to use, because when you work on complex problems, you have many unknowns, and it's very hard to figure out and then come up with a solution as you go through, because that uses something called an empirical approach to solving a problem. So it works really well because this is like a complex problem, and you have to, everyone must be using the same approach, right? The doctors, patients, nurses, pharmaceutical companies, researchers, scientists, doctors, they all must use this because the results are unpredictable. The results are not repeatable. It's an evolutionary way of working to solve your problems. So that's called this spectrum here, and uses empiricism. Does anyone know what empiricism means?
Learning by doing, I would say.
Yeah, learning by doing. Absolutely. So when you think about solving problems, it's like learning by doing, or using hypothesis or using results, using those kinds of things is like this here, right? If you look at the empiricism, there's three pillars to empiricism: transparency, inspection, and adaptation. So knowledge comes from experience, and decisions are made based on what you know at that particular point of time. You pivot, you adjust, you make decisions as you go through. So in order for that to happen, everyone must operate from the same single source of truth, or everything must be transparent, so that you're not tweaking the results, or you're not operating from a different angle. So in Scrum, you have artifact transparency. All the artifacts that are product backlog, sprint backlog, increment, that must be transparent, so that when we look at the results, we are all operating from there. Transparency enables inspection, and inspection enables adaptations. So when you know something new, you make a decision based on those results, based on that hypothesis, and course correct as necessary. For example, let's say your goal is to get here, and you start from here, and you start like moving in this direction. And let's say if you go this direction, am I heading in the right direction or the wrong direction if I go this way? I'm straying away from my goal. So that means I need to adjust, I need to pivot. I found some new information, I'm going to inspect and adapt. Now, here, if I keep going this way, am I going away from my goal? Yes. So which means that I need to adjust. So you are constantly inspecting and adapting to make sure that you get to the goal. So Scrum is founded on empiricism. An example of this is, let's say I go to the gym and I am running on a treadmill. So before I start running on a treadmill, maybe I'll just say, I'll put my data in there. Raj Kasturi, 33 years old, 150 pounds. Then I start running on the treadmill. While I run on the treadmill, let's say my heart rate goes to 185 beats per minute. Now, what are some of my options? Is that a good thing to be at 185 beats per minute? That's a lot, right? So what do I do with this newfound data? Work harder? But that may be even more difficult, but yes, but I think you have to inspect and adapt. What are some of the options if I'm going super fast like that? What would you do? Slow down? Right? I either slow down, slow your pace, or maybe even reduce my incline. So those are some of the options that I have. And that's where, decrease my speed. Now, what happens if I'm going at like maybe 82 beats per minute? Obviously, I'm not having a good workout here, so I need to increase my pace. So you're basically inspecting and adapting and making decisions as you go through. So that's how you always are making decisions in Scrum to make those like this. When you have a thermostat, right? You're in auto. Let's say you put it at 69, and your thermostat goes up to like, the temperature goes to like 71, 72. Then the thermostat says, well, I need to be at 69, so go down. Let's say you get to 67, I need to come up. So you're constantly making decisions based on what is known at that particular point of time. And empiricism asserts that knowledge comes from experience and observation, and decisions are made based on what is known at that point of time. And then you're course correcting if you're deviating from the original path that you need to get to. But yes, you need to get to the end goal. Yes, constantly you're keeping that in your mind to make sure that you get to the goal, because otherwise you might deviate from your goal and get to somewhere else if you don't know, if you don't get the feedback. The customer has asked you for, hey, I want a water bottle. Now, let's say if I give a water bottle to the customer, let's say I provided a flimsy straw and maybe a lid. Now, can I do that without providing a lid? Is this something usable by the customer? Not really, right? So I provide that, but the customer might provide the information or feedback to you saying, hey, you know what? I don't like that flimsy straw. Can you please provide me a spout as well as maybe a ergonomically correct handle so that I can hold my water bottle. Maybe the next spring, I might ask for keep the water cold by providing like temperature controlled water bottle. So these are all the things that you're doing. But in the big bang approach, is it possible for you to go back and make any decisions once you get to the end of the line? No, it's not possible. What happens if I actually burn my pancake using my defined approach? Let's say I burn my pancake. Is there a possibility of course correcting? Not really. Ask my kids, they'll tell you, Dad, nobody eats this, throw it out. So exactly, this is where you have to pivot, you have to adjust, and you have to make those decisions as you go through. So we use something called empiricism. Now, I think, somebody mentioned in the chat, like, the Kinavan model, right? So this is not a part of the test, but I would just kind of explain the complexity theory by using the Kinavan model. And it sounds like Sinafin, but it's not. So I'm going to put that in the chat in case if you want to know more about it, you can read through it. Basically, the word it's a Welsh word. And what literally means is that, everything falls in its quadrant and everything is in its place. So let's say you have a problem that is something obvious. It's a simple problem, it's obvious, and the solution is evident. And all you have to do is to use best practices or understand, what that is to solve the problem. Now, let's say an example of this could be, I have a problem with Microsoft Help, Windows. So what do? I call help desk. Help desk will tell me and troubleshoot the problem by saying, sir, can you please make sure your power cord is in the power outlet? Yes. What do you see now? Well, I see nothing but, blank screen. Can you do a Control-Alt-Delete at this point of time? And they keep asking these questions, but they are basically they're reading from a written script to solve you and help that problem. So this requires minimum expertise to solve your problem. If they cannot solve it, they'll say, we'll send you to another expert or something like that. Now, when you have a complicated problem, any surgeons, brain surgeons in this room, or any doctors? No? So essentially, when you have complicated problems, engineers, surgeons, lawyers, they have to look at all possibilities before they solve a problem. So they have to look at it. Expertise is required. For example, if I have to perform brain surgery, I must be board certified. I must have gone to med school. I must know all of these things. So you look at all possibilities, but I'm not the only one who is doing it. I'm actually working with my admin staff, my nurses, my other people, so that I can solve this problem. So this is evolutionary, not revolutionary, but expertise is required and rationality towards your decision to solve those problems. Now, complex problems. How many of you think innovation and software development are two complex things? Yeah. Software development is complex in nature. Innovation is complex. You don't know what you don't know. In these situations, you use empiricism or you use empirical evidence. These are all emergent practices, hard cases. You experiment, you gather the data, you make a decision, you pivot as necessary, and then you keep doing that. So essentially, the approach is to develop, experiment, and gather knowledge. Lastly, chaotic problems. We have seen this in the past, like so many years, right? 3 years or 4 years almost. Novel coronavirus. First, they said social distancing and masking. We did that. Then we got the vaccine. We took that. Then they said Omicron variant. Well, booster dose. We took that. And then the second dose. So all of these things are basically coming up because, first of all, it's a chaotic situation to be in. Let's stop the spread of the virus. These are like production defects, right? There's no solution that is right away evident to you, but you just have to control its bleeding, triage, and then solve the problems. So situation dictates the type of approach that you need to take, to solve problems. Would I use Scrum or any of these frameworks to make pancakes? That may be an overkill, but maybe Scrum is most helpful in situations where there's more unknowns than knowns. When you have a complex problem or a complicated problem, Scrum works really well in those situations. So you have to use the right approach. I mean, if you're using a wrong approach to problems, sometimes you might not get the results that you're looking for. and you are wasting your time unnecessarily, or there's a lot of waste that is generated using these kinds of different, methodologies or things like that. So that is the complexity theory, but essentially empiricism asserts that knowledge comes from experience and decisions are made based on what is known at that particular point of time. And obviously, traditional project management or defined ways of working is a sequential way of solving a problem. So that's what the difference between the two are. So if you think about this here, the difference between a defined and empirical approach is that when a problem is simple in nature and the results are predictable, the results are repeatable, you use a static approach and it's a linear approach to solving a problem, just like the pancake example that we saw. When you have complex problems, the results are unpredictable. The results are not repeatable because it's different results every time. But you gather that data and then you make decisions and then you move forward. And then it's an adaptive way of solving your problems. So that's the big difference between a defined approach versus an empirical approach of solving problems. And think about also defined versus an empirical product planning is different. Now, how many of you have seen this traditional iron triangle before? Like scope and cost and schedule are estimated, but scope is, yeah. So essentially, this is a plan-based system. My scope is fixed, my cost and schedule are estimated, but depending on the scope changes, I may be able to increase those things, or I need to change the estimate. Now, invert this triangle if you're working or using an empirical approach where cost and schedule are fixed. So in Scrum, we have a defined, a sprint that is dedicated to doing this. So 2-week sprints, I'm going to make sure that it is fixed, and then I estimate the features of the functionality that I'm going to deliver to my customers based on the priority, based on other decisions, and this is a value-based system. But in Scrum, you always must deliver some value to the customer or the sponsor, however small it may be, but you have to deliver something inside. But that's the value-based system. So that's the big difference between the defined versus an empirical approach of product planning, right? So you don't really give out dates and say, oh, well, I'm going to have this deadline and then start doing it. But you're constantly delivering something in an iterative and incremental fashion. And that's the way it works in Scrum. Yes, Anjali?
You said schedules fixed in Scrum, but you were talking about like the sprint length. You weren't talking about necessarily the number of sprints.
Correct.
Is it possible to do Scrum while also saying, hey, we're going to have XYZ delivered in 10 sprints time?
I think that's a long-term, having that kind of high level planning is okay, but you just don't know how much you're going to deliver, but you're going to estimate that deliverables and say, well, but we are always going to deliver high priority values, right? Whatever you decide, we are going to deliver those things to you. But how much we are going to deliver is up to the developers on a Scrum team. But it's all about the accountabilities that each one of the roles in Scrum are, specifically in Scrum. But we'll talk more about it as we go through and see how you can plan for it and always deliver value to your customers. Yeah? All right. So let's take a look at this example over here. And what does empiricism talk about? So empiricism asserts that knowledge comes from experience, we said, and decisions are made. But empirical models are used when the activities are not predictable, they are non-linear, and they are too complex to define in repeatable details. And control is through inspection and adaptation. In pancake situation, you cannot inspect and adapt because it's burnt. There's no way. The customer has gotten to the end point in a traditional relay race approach, right? But they can't really say, hey, I forgot a couple of steps. Can I go back and rerun the race? No, you're done with the race. You got to the destination and it's not possible. So course correction is not possible when you're using a defined approach. But that's one of the reasons why you can use the control through inspection and adaptation and course correct using frameworks like Scrum. So Scrum is founded on empiricism, and Scrum is also founded on lean philosophy, no generation of waste or whatever it may be. So let's take a couple of examples here, and I want you to please put that in the chat. What kind of an approach would you take? Like, for example, defined approach was something that we talked about. where it's a sequential way of working, step-by-step approach. One step leads to the other, the next step leads to the other, and then finally you get to the destination. But in empiricism, we said that, it's about inspection and adaptation, but transparency, inspection, and adaptation are the three pillars of empiricism. Let's see what kind of an approach would you take, a defined approach or an empirical approach to solving these problems. So let's say you are learning to ride a bicycle. You're learning to ride a bicycle. Can you please put that in the chat as to which, would you use defined approach or an empirical approach? Define. Some people are saying defined. You're learning to ride a bicycle. Would you know how to do that already? Maybe not, right? You're using empiricism because you might fall down. You are unable to balance. You are trying to get, you got a scratch, and the next time I want to avoid that. That could be an empirical approach, right? All right, how about driving to office? What would you use, a defined approach or an empirical approach? Put that in the chat. Driving to office. Define, okay. For some of you, it may be defined. For some of you, it could be empirical. It all depends on your route, your traffic patterns, how you deal with that, right? How about driving in a city like New York? What approach would you take? Defined or empirical? Empirical. Somebody said, don't take any approaches. Take the subway. Why would you drive in a city like New York, right? That's possible. How many of you have kids? All right. What approach would you take? A defined approach or an empirical approach to raise your children? Wow, that was faster. Empirical. You put that super fast. Now, if anyone put like defined, please provide me your cell phone number because I'd like to talk to you, how you do it, right? An empirical approach is something obviously is required in this situation. I have 3 kids. My daughter is about 23 years old now, and my son is 21, and I have another boy who is 17 years old. Can I use the same approach that I use for my daughter to my teenage boys? No. Every problem is different. I mean, I'm not calling them problems, but I'm saying that your approach to solving those problems is different, and you can't use the same thing. So just like that, your projects are going to be different, right? You can't use the same approach. Even if you're using Scrum, your experience will be different than the other experience that other Scrum team is doing it. So that's why it's very, very difficult to just generalize and say, oh yeah, we are using it and it's going to fall exactly like this. No, it's going to be a different experience, and it is correctly so, because you want to make sure that you solve those problems depending on the experience of the team members to everything else that is happening. So that's what empiricism is all about. Yeah? Are we good with this concept? Yeah? Any thoughts, any questions or comments? All right, fantastic. So let's just talk about one additional thing here, and that is iterative and incremental approach. So Scrum is not only founded on empiricism, Scrum is also found on lean philosophy, no generation of waste, none of those things. Scrum uses an iterative and incremental approach to solving problems. Now, incrementally building something means that we are building on top, you're adding small chunks of functionality, you're adding more and more of that functionality, and that is called an incremental approach. Now, iteratively building something means that, think about this spring or a coil. You are starting from here and you repeat it to make it closer to what is needed. You go over certain parts that you're not happy with and you redo those parts. That is called an iterative approach to solving a problem. Now, let's take an example. let's say an artist is drawing a human using an incremental approach. So if you look at this first step, well, I draw a sketch, I draw a human face. I'm really happy with the face. So I'm moving on to my next step, and I put my body, I draw the body of a human, and then I also put the limbs. Well, the hands need to be upright like that, and the legs are like that. So this is building on top of what you have, adding small chunks of functionality, adding more and more of these things. For example, if you're working in a production plant, you have a template of making some tires, let's say. All of these tires are made one after the other, and then maybe you can build on top of it a car or a bicycle or whatever it may be. Now, let's say you're building something using an iterative approach. Let's say I have an idea. I use a sketch. Well, I think this is going to be a human. I like that. I'm going to add more detail. I repeat it to make it closer to what a human should look like. Yes, I like that. But I'm not happy with the smile of this person. So I'm going to put a smile, and they don't have any hair. So let me put some hair on there, and my hands need to be upright like that. And this is what the human looks like. Scrum uses both an incremental and iterative approach. So how does that work? We experiment in something, a duration, calendar duration called a sprint. And during this time, I incrementally build something and I iterate it over, and making sure that if they have any defects or things like that, I'm going to solve them, and I provide that to my customer. So this is more like, the benefits of that is you actually get the feedback from your customers during sprint retrospectives every sprint. And then you're learning about yourself, about your product. You're improving your product. You're improving your experience of working within a sprint. The next sprint, iteratively, incrementally, you build something, and constantly you're improving and building and making products as you go through. But you must deliver some value to the customer, regardless of what it may be. Unlike in traditional project management, it's always going to be a big bang approach at the end. But here, during a sprint, you deliver something, get the customer's feedback, and then we say we incorporate that in the next sprint, maybe the upcoming sprints, and all of those decisions are made, and then you're inspecting and adapting during events in Scrum, and your artifacts will provide you that transparency. So all of these three are very, very important approaches to solving your problems. Yeah? Yeah, if you don't deliver customer value in a sprint, obviously you failed the sprint, which means that you have to get into the habit of doing it. So retrospective is the way of saying, well, let's figure it out. Let's figure out why that happened. And maybe, what, we may have to deliver value to the customer going forward. So that's one of the reasons why you have feedback loops incorporated. That's the advantage of the benefits of using an incremental and iterative approach. Good? All right, so let's just quickly talk about Scrum, the framework, and then talk about the values of Scrum. So Scrum, what is Scrum? From a Scrum framework, Scrum Guide perspective, the definition of Scrum is a lightweight framework. It's a lightweight framework. It provides you the guidelines and the guardrails. It's intentionally incomplete. It does not provide you with the step-by-step instructions because it can't really fit all the problems, right? So lightweight framework that helps people, teams, and organizations generate value through adaptive solutions for complex problems. So what is a framework? If you think about a house being built, you have the pillars and columns and things like that. That's a framework. .NET, if you're using that as to build other software products, is a framework. A human skeleton is a framework, but the details around that are something that you add, and it helps people, teams to generate value through adaptive solutions. The solution is evolving. The solution is something that is that you're coming up with for complex problems. When you work on complex problems, you don't know what you don't know. You have to figure out and come up with an adaptive way of solving the problems. And what does Scrum require? Scrum requires someone called a Scrum Master, someone who understands Scrum really well, someone who can enact Scrum the right way. So Scrum Master fosters an environment of ensuring that the product owner orders the work for a complex problem into a product backlog. What does that mean? Now, when you think about a product owner ordering the work, they are sequentially ordering the work. They are not ordering it from a menu, or they are ordering you to tell you what to do. It's more about order the work for a complex problem into a product backlog. Transparency of the information. Single source of truth called product backlog. We put everything to do with the product and its improvement in an artifact called product backlog. In the past, we used to have individual siloed ways of working. BRD, FRD, MRD, ORD, ER diagram, architectural diagram, all of these things. But in Scrum, we say that don't put it in siloed, just work from the single source of truth called product backlog. Now, let me ask you a question. Let's say you have, I mean, it doesn't have to be in a product backlog, but in the past, when you're working with your stakeholders, sponsors, customers, right? Let's say you had about 150 requirements that you need to work on. You're kind of curious as to which one was more important for the customer out of these 150. When you go and typically talk to them and say, hey, out of this 150, I'm curious, which ones are more important for you? What's the typical answer that you received in the past? Out of this 150, which one is important? Everything. When do you need this by? Now, yesterday is kind of late. Last week would have been preferred, but today, don't even think about it because so this is exactly what happens to me at home. My product owner wants me to work on a honey-do list. And I start working on that and I'm kind of curious, hey, which one is important for you? Don't you know that everything is important? When do you need this by? You're already 3 months late, and I get even more confused. So always work through this transparency of information. So that's why we have this single source of truth called product backlog. And it all starts from there. All ideas, everything is that is generated to improve the product and enhance the product is all in the product backlog. Then the Scrum team can turn that selection of work into an increment of value. So basically, some small value that needs to be delivered to the customer during a sprint, always deliver something, to the customer that can be useful and they may be able to use that. And then the Scrum team and the stakeholders inspect the results. Hey, I just delivered this water bottle to you. How do you like it? Well, I like it. I think, can you please provide me different colors? Because I want it in blue and green also. Okay, we'll put it in the product backlog and we'll try to address it in the upcoming sprints. So this is where you're inspecting and adapting and always trying to get some value to the customer, but based on the feedback that you receive from the customer. It's not like you're making your own decisions. You're asking the person who is going to be using your product. And then you repeat. The next sprint, you do the same thing. The next sprint, you keep doing that. So this is where the Scrum framework is a lightweight framework, and it is used for solving complex problems. When you know everything, why would you use Scrum, right? Would you use Scrum to make pancakes? That's an overkill, right? Would you use Scrum to make coffee? How about, can you make me the world's best coffee? Would you use Scrum? Maybe, right? Because you don't know, you have to figure it out. It's hypothesis you're figuring out. So depends on what you use, and that's where Scrum is good in those situations. Any questions on that or comments? You good? All right. So one more concept here, and I think we can focus on this. So the framework at a 25,000 foot level discussion is these 3 individual accountabilities in Scrum. They are accountable for something. And product owner, Scrum master, and developers. These are the 3 unique accountabilities in Scrum, and together they are called a Scrum team. There's no other things like project manager, senior most architect, senior most leader, none of those things. Everyone is simply called either a developer or one Scrum master, one product owner. And typically a Scrum team is about 10 or fewer people. One Scrum master, one product owner, maybe some developers. Not to be confused with other things, but developer means everyone who is doing work on a Scrum team is called a developer. For example, a QA engineer, business analyst, database administrator, a programmer. If you're working on a marketing team and use Scrum, maybe content manager, market analyst, all these people are different things, but together they all deliver value to the customer, and they are called as a Scrum team. Now, the three artifacts in Scrum are product backlog. Everything starts from here, single source of truth. All the ideas that are generated by the stakeholder sponsors and the product owner, they are in the product backlog, and this is refined from time to time to understand what we are building, and then you create a sprint backlog during an event called sprint planning. And sprint backlog has a sprint goal, and this is basically during the sprint, this is how much we are going to deliver, this is what we are going to be delivering, and that's called the sprint backlog. And what you deliver to the customer is simply called an increment. So there's no other word other than saying increment. We are delivering an increment, and multiple increments may be created during a sprint. So those are the three artifacts, and these are the three accountabilities. And there's 5 events in Scrum. Sprint itself is called a heart of the Scrum. And during the sprint, we are going to plan for our sprint, and that is called the sprint planning. The first thing that happens and that initiates the sprint is called a sprint planning. Every day, the team gets an opportunity to inspect and adapt, go back to empiricism, artifact transparency, and inspection and adaptation throughout the sprint. Daily Scrum, 15 minutes to inspect how you're trending towards the completion of your goal and adapting to the new sprint backlog, the sprint backlog. And then finally, on day number, the last day, typically, you have your sprint review. You're inspecting the outcome of the sprint, what was delivered. So then you have your sprint retrospective. You're finding areas of improvement and figuring out what those are, and you're inspecting and adapting. And the sprint ends, the next sprint starts. So this is how you keep moving forward, and that is the Scrum framework at a 25,000 foot level. And we're going to be digging deeper into each one of these things as we go through at this point of time to understand, what we are delivering and how it is delivered in Scrum. So to kind of summarize, Scrum is simple and the framework is intentionally incomplete. It only defines the parts that are required to implement the Scrum theory. You may be doing other things, but essentially you have to do these minimum things are these. These provide you the guidelines and the guardrails. The 3 accountabilities are a bunch of developers, 1 product owner, 1 Scrum Master. Together they are called typically 10 or fewer people. Can you all show me your 10 fingers? Don't show me any special fingers, by the way. All right, show me how these team of 10 works with each other. How do they collaborate with each other? Only showing your 10 fingers. How do they collaborate? Okay, Ben goes this way. All right, others are doing this. All right, great. 10, team of 10. Now, are the thumbs a little different than the other fingers? Yes. Scrum Master has some unique set of accountabilities. Product owner has a unique set of accountabilities. Now, all these other fingers, are they different? Each one has different circumference and different length, correct? So, which means one of the developers could be a QA engineer, one of them may be a programmer, one of them may be a DBA, one of them may be a UX UI developer. All of these different skills that are necessary for them to deliver a product increment, create and deliver a product increment. So they have all the skills to deliver that value. And that's called the Scrum team. And the 3 artifacts, obviously, product backlog has a product goal, sprint backlog has a sprint goal. So product backlog is like the long term, like high beam of a car. Product goal is like the high beam of the car. And we can figure out that product goal. Like Anjali, you asked that question about, can we decide, how much, but the goal is already there. But how you get to the goal is always discussed during sprint planning to say, this is a small chunk of functionality, and this is what I'm going to deliver. That's a long-term goal. Short-term goal is sprint goal. And then this is like the low beam of a car. Immediately, this is what we are going to deliver in the upcoming sprint. An increment has something called a definition of done. The quality criteria it must meet when I deliver this increment to my customer. If I said that I won't deliver a blue water bottle, I'm working towards delivering a blue water bottle. And with other things that I'm talking about. 5 events, sprint is a container event. Sprint is like the heart of Scrum. How many chambers does a heart have? 4. Which means Sprint itself contains these 4 events, and sprint planning is the first thing that happens for you to inspect and adapt something. Daily Scrum, opportunity to inspect and adapt. And sprint review, sprint retrospective happens on the last day, which means typically the sprint retrospective is the last event during a sprint, and sprint planning is the first event during a sprint. And in between, you also have one activity called product backlog refinement. How many of you have heard the term product backlog grooming? Okay, so grooming is something that we don't use because our European friends have told us, please don't use the word grooming because it has bad connotations. So please use product backlog refinement. We actually changed that in the Scrum guide based on the feedback that we received. So I think, that's just a little thing, but I think terminology also makes a difference, right? You want to use the right terminology.
Raj, question.
Yeah.
When you talk about artifacts, the 3 artifacts, a product backlog is a document, right? It's a document with all the backlog listed on it. That's an artifact. A sprint backlog, same. But when you say increment, what
increment is the value that is delivered?
What artifacts would that be?
That is still an artifact. Increment is also an artifact. What is the meaning of artifact? Artifact is something that is called man-made, right? Somebody made it, man made it. So which means what you see around your room now, right? If you look around your room, you probably see like a picture hung on the wall. The notes that you're taking with a paper and a pen, those are artifacts. The computer that you're using is an artifact. But the product backlog and sprint backlog, like you mentioned, it provides you the description of what you're building. And increment is what you have built, the value that you're delivering to the customer. If my increment is building a water bottle, a portion of the water bottle or whatever the customer wanted, I provided this, it's valuable, it's called an increment. The next time I actually added something else, that's some other functionality, that is called also an increment. So it is called an increment. Increment is the value that you're delivering. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. So it must meet some quality criteria called definition of done. I think that's the commitment to the artifact. So that's the highest level, and then we are going to peel that information in detail at this point of time. Yeah. Any questions or comments? How is everyone doing? Okay. Having fun so far? Is anyone thinking, what did I do to myself? Why did I join this class?
Raj, I have a quick question. In a nutshell, in simple words, are you able to say again the meaning of a product backlog refinement, please?
So product backlog refinement is the act of adding details to your product backlog, refining what we are building and why we are building it, the product itself. So anything to do with the product and its improvement is in the product backlog. It's a list of items. It could be a bunch of features. It could be requirements. It could be features. It could be infrastructure items. It could be enhancements. It could be non-functional requirements. It could be defects. Any of those things that are in there is called the product backlog. And then you're refining it to ensure that you understand what it means, so that you can size it. You can do all of those things to do that. Yeah.
So
list or honey-do list, whatever you call them. Yeah.
So could a product backlog be for instance, the water bottle? Originally, we want a straw, and then like product backlog refinement would be like, now we don't want the flimsy straw. Now we want a metal straw, or maybe we want the option to have either or now we want a spout. Like that will be the backlog refinement.
Exactly. Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely right. Yep. And then you also need to order them, right? In terms of ordering, which one is more important? Is the blue water bottle more important than the green water bottle? Then it might be in that particular order, because that's always the customer is always deciding that, or the stakeholders are deciding what needs to be done, and the product owner is constantly conveying that information to the Scrum team. So the increment is the prioritization of the backlogs. No, the increment is the value that you're delivering, and then the items in the product backlog. Yeah. But we'll talk more. I think, basically, we are going to get deeper into each of these things, and then we'll talk about them. Yeah. Time for a break? Yeah. Yeah. 10 minutes. Can you believe this? Is there any, have you seen in any workshop like, free breaks like this? No charge whatsoever, right? Crazy.
Raj, you're the
I know
best.
you'll get my, you'll get my dry humor at some point. All right, welcome back, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes. Okay, so right before the break, we were talking about Scrum theory, and I think let's focus on completing the Scrum theory at this point of time, and then also move on to the 3 accountabilities in Scrum. I think if we can do that tonight, I think that'll be a great accomplishment, and I think we would be setting a stage for us to focus on for tomorrow and day after. So Scrum, we talked about Agile values. Scrum has its own values. So Scrum, the co-creators are Jeff Sutherland and Ken Schwaber, and it must have been really challenging for them to come up with these 5 values in Scrum. So I use the metaphor of a tree to talk about these values. So for me, the 5 values of Scrum, I use the acronym C-Force without the E, right? So C for courage, F for focus, O for openness, R for respect, and C for commitment are the 5 values of Scrum. Now, these are like the roots of a tree. If you provide nutrients, water, nourishment to the tree establishes itself by making sure that the roots are spread across and they establish them deeper into the ground. And when you live by the values of Scrum, you see that trust is developed, where when you provide this nutrition or nutrients to the tree trunk grows stronger and stronger and stronger, and the 3 pillars of empiricism come to life: transparency, inspection, and adaptation. Trust is like that glue. What's the purpose of glue? Glue keeps everything together, different particles together. Just like that, the Scrum team is held together when you have that trust and the 3 pillars come to life. Maybe there's even fruit that is borne by the tree if you live by these values. Could be happy customers, joy at work, no Monday morning blues, whatever that may be, right? So very important for the team to live by these values. And to kind of like talk about these values, I want us to have a discussion and I want you to go back and talk about these values of Scrum as to why these values are important. Now, in order to get my information, or I wanted to get a different perspective from my son, so I asked him, hey, what do these values mean to you? He was 13 at the time, but he said, let me draw an illustration for you. And here you go, he put this together. So he still kind of like, collects royalty every time that I use it in the class. So essentially another Picasso in the making here. So for him, focus is like a magnifying glass. I can focus on the big picture or the goal, but I can also focus on the detail as necessary or the work that I'm doing. Courage is this little guy facing a big dinosaur, and that is absence of fear for him. Openness is this open door, let fresh air come in or let fresh ideas thrive in a team environment. Respect with folded hands in several different cultures means respecting the individual, respecting the Scrum framework, respecting how we work together as a team, and finally, commitment. What is he thinking from a commitment point of view? What is that? Anyone?
Maybe dedicating yourself to being the best version of yourself to help the team, or I guess thinking of yourself individually, how you can impact the team.
Yeah. So it's almost like marriage, right? Marriage is a big commitment. This is like a wedding ring or an engagement ring, and you're committing yourself to ensure that you provide that. But that you're right, absolutely, delivering value. And trust is the outcome of living by these values. Trust is not even a value, but it's about living by the values. Yes, Devin, your question or a comment?
Yeah, I had a question on just the whole trust factor. I feel like I've been seeing it a lot as we talk about Scrum. When you say trust, are you talking about in the same aspect of like a relationship or friendship or a business deal? Like what type of trust are we trying to like accomplish when it comes to Scrum? Or is it like team trust, I guess? Or if you could break that down for me.
Yeah, I mean, it could be trust of any kind, right? Trusting the individual, trusting the team, trusting our product owner, trusting our stakeholders, everything from a trust point of view is applicable in this situation. The entire Scrum framework, right? You're trusting the product owner to make decisions in terms of what is important for the customer, and you're providing that the product owner to make those decisions, and everyone must respect those kinds of decisions. So yes, in all different perspectives, trust is very, very important. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let's do this activity. Let's talk about these 5 values, and I want you to please pick maybe 3 values of that you like. If you want to do all 5, totally okay. But talk about why these values are important. And also, if you want to go deeper into these things, you can ask these questions to figure that out. What's your commitment to one another, etc. But don't limit it to only those questions. Just talk about why these values are important from your perspective and how these are all connected or interwoven in one way or the other. Yeah? Okay, for this activity, I'm going to give you 8 minutes. And don't forget to identify a new spokesperson to present that information, or maybe spokespeople is also okay. All right, Ken, you were in room 1, team 1.
Correct, room 1. Team 1, sorry.
Team 1, yeah.
This time, is anyone wants to be a person this time, or I can be?
You want to do it, or I could do it if you want.
Okay. I'm also fine. If you want to take it, you can take it, Michael, this time. I'll do it next time.
Okay, then I will start taking notes then.
Sure.
Okay, so then for the questions, everything's like kind of highlighted of commitment, openness. So this kind of sounds like, from what I understood, because when I was going to school, I learned about like business administration, and we learned about like good management. And for management, it was always about companies now are kind of transitioning away from the customer is always right, and it's transitioning now towards the employee is always right. So when he was talking about trust, it's kind of like trusting your employees not gonna, for the lack of a better word, trusting the employees or trusting that the company is not just gonna use you. Like you're not just a number to them. Like they have your desire in the front of their mind. Like when they're open to you not because they know that they're gonna get more hours or more work out of you. You know, they're respectful to you because they're not doing it just because they can't hire anybody else, because they actually care about you. You know, they're committed to you, and they're just being overall a nice person to you, and they're having like a trustful situation with you because again they care about you. So that's what I think about like the overall kind of thing. Would anyone kind of want to start off and say which?
Here, I think we have to take any one thing and why that is important in Scrum. That is how we need to start. So suppose the openness, I can talk about that. The openness is like to get the new ideas from the different people in the team. Team should have that kind of openness to adapt to new ideas from the different people.
Okay.
And trying the new thing also in the team.
Okay.
About the focus, we can say staying on the task and timelines.
Yeah, just like kind of one thing, because I know sometimes like I'm not really speaking on Scrum. Like I don't know anything about Scrum actually. I'm just kind of speaking from, you know, my previous perspective, because I know when he's talking about sprints or when he's talking about Agile or Scrum, qualities. I don't really know much about that, so I'm just kind of bringing from my previous experience and what I think it kind of relates in like any kind of ways.
Imagine we eating my food in my house, touching my daughter. I have touched. Don't think, Papa. You ain't gonna lie.
So does anyone think about like openness? Like what does anyone think might? Oh, that was already said.
I think there is another one, commitment.
Yeah.
Which is trying to, because Scrum consists of 3 individuals, which is the product owner, the Scrum Master itself, and the other party. So commitment, everybody needs to commit because at the end of the day, we have to deliver a value. So if at the end of the day, we are able to succeed in delivering this value, all the credit comes to us as a team. So we must be committed to what we're doing so that we can add a value.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because if you're not committed to what you're doing, then you could basically kind of be selling a lie in a sense. Like if you don't really believe in what you're selling and what you're producing, then what's the point of producing it if like you wouldn't even use it yourself?
It can also stall the project because if you're not producing what you're supposed to do, say for instance, I'm doing the user stories, and if I'm holding up on my user stories, then it can keep the project from moving forward. So you have to stay committed to your task to get those complete in a timely fashion.
Right.
And I can say everything. I'll touch a little bit on courage, but it kind of wraps it towards everything. It kind of touches on focus, openness, respect, and commitment. So everything is structured and organized. So that whatever is going to the product backlog, what is ending up in the retrospective. So it gives you courage because people lack courage when they don't know what they're doing. So in this case, you'll be focused, you'll have openness, you'll have respect, you'll have commitment, you'll have courage just because of the fact that everything is structured and well organized.
And to touch on courage a little bit, you also have to have courage to know when to stop when you realize something is going wrong. And you have to speak out and mention that. So you have to, figure out what's going on that's wrong, find a solution, and then utilize that solution to get to your end goal. So you have to be courageous to know when to stop or to correct something.
Something else to add on respect, because the Scrum Master is the bridge between the product owner and the development team, and they solve issues and problems if these two are arguing. So there's a sense of respect in the sense of the product owner must respect the development team. The Scrum must respect the product owner. The Scrum must respect, and we also learned that there is no boss in Scrum, so everyone works together. So I think that brings respect to the entire team.
Okay.
Everyone works on a one goal. Everyone works as a team on a one goal.
Yep. I think we touched on everything.
Okay.
Does anyone have anything about openness?
I guess I could add something. Just openness, I would say, this is where your ground is what conflict is. So basically making sure that you have like, I would say for openness could be something that maintaining that you have like a specific rule set and you're not just being, you're not being coercive. You're not acting in a way that one person benefits over the other. And when making decisions, like, there's not one person who makes a decision that's better than someone else. Exactly. Being transparent.
Yeah.
There's no acting in
there's no favorism. You're right.
Not acting in a way that's, this guy gets to, this girl gets to make specific decisions because they know this guy or they're rubbing shoulders with this person. But sense of openness about what to expect and being like fair.
Michael, you present them.
Openness could.
All right, welcome back. Let's go to team 3. Team 3, can you please summarize your
Yeah, so within our conversation, we spoke about the different things of what the values were. And to begin with openness, that was the last thing we touched on. And that was basically talking about fairness and transparency, understanding that no matter, who you are or what your specific role was, that each thing is clear and there's a clear outline of what's expected of you. And there's not a sense of favoritism, and there's not a sense of, I'm going to give my work to this person. I'm just kind of sit back and relax. There's a sense of everyone knows what's expected of them. And then another thing was that it's open for new ideas from the team of different people, so that there's a sense of diversity and that people can have a broad range of acknowledging different people as opposed to being closed-minded. So it could also be in that aspect. Commitment, that was for two things. We said staying on task. So understanding that, you're not just going to work, clocking in, just always checking on the watch, you're staying on task. You're being able to make sure that the production line or the production line of what you're working on is met, and that everything is going according to the rules. And then the second thing was about working together and associating to find a sense of value. So again, like I was kind of saying previously, I believe I said this in my group, like commitment to what you're actually producing. Like if you don't really believe in what you're producing, there's no sense of commitment. Like if I work at Dollar Tree and I don't really believe in the mission statement of Dollar Tree, I'm not committed. So for a Scrum Master, they'd have to be committed to the system they're producing, the goal that they're accomplishing, or else there's no sense of completing it. And then for respect, it was about maintaining mutual understanding of teamwork, understanding that everybody has an equal part, that everybody has the same demand and same share of respect, that one person's not better than the other. And then for focus, staying on task, staying within the time limits, understanding that, I need my coffee break right now, or, I need to, go check on this and that. Staying focused, staying on tech, turning off the TikTok and whatnot. For courageous, we did talk about having structure and organization. In addition to that, we knew like when it was time to speak and when it was time to probably let the floor out to somebody else. So being able to believe in yourself and being able to understand that if there's a specific idea that you want to have probably heard, having courage in it, and within the Scrum sprint, within the Scrum team, having the courage of understanding that within the organization, I'm an equal part. So I'd be able to speak out, talk about, I think this could be altered, or, the next sprint, this could happen. And that's what we spoke about.
Yeah, I think, that's a great summary. Thank you for that, Michael.
I would also like to add, though, for our team, that openness also means failure, to being able to accept failure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Because
any other
everything
thoughts?
is not going to be successful. So sometimes you may not meet your timelines. So you have to be transparent about that as well and be able to accept that failure.
Yeah, well said. Definitely. Very, very important.
And I think what
All right, let's go to team 2. Sorry, go ahead, Arnold.
I just want to touch a little bit on what she said about the openness and making sure that there's no timeline and there's no deadline. That's what also differentiates Scrum from the waterfall process.
Yeah, I mean, there's, I guess, in a way, there is a timeline, but it's not like a deadline. There's definitely timelines, but again, it all depends on the goals and when to meet those things and all of those. The sprint is a timeline, right? And it's a calendar event. And there is definitely some, importance to that. Yeah. But a great summary. Thank you for that, team 3. Let's go to team 2.
Hi, I'll speak for team 2. So I'll start with focus. I think focus is extremely important, especially working in a Scrum environment, because I'm pretty sure all of us can agree we've been in environments where there's not a lot of focus to achieve goals. And I think that's something that really needs to be established on Scrum teams. So as an individual and as a team, we accomplish a single goal. Next, I'm going to combine courageous and respect because from my experience, I feel like courageous people really thrive and are created in an environment where they are respected and heard. And I think that's extremely important because the shyest person in the room could have all of the information, but they don't have the courage or feel respected enough to speak up. Commitment is also an important factor because not only is it important for your team, but it's also important to your stakeholders or end users that people should hear and understand what your commitments are, regardless if you accomplish those commitments when you say you are. It's important that everybody understands what the commitment is. And lastly, I think openness is just as important because you have to be open for criticism, but also be open to say, hey, I don't know this, or I don't know how we're going to accomplish this, and be open to all things, whether they be negative or positive.
Yeah, well summarized. I think, definitely, important. And I'm glad that I think, respect, you also, opened it up with courage. And, they're all interwoven in one way or the other, right? So you can't really say that one value is more important than the other. They're all important. But I'm glad that you did justice to all the different values of Scrum here. So thank you for that, Rodney and team 2. Let's go to team 1.
Hi. So I guess we echo a lot of what has already been said. With the openness, it's allowing people to bring ideas to the table, and it's kind of helps bringing value in all areas. And the openness also really flows in with the respect, like being able to be open. You have respect from your peers, being in a safe environment to actually speak out. And with openness, being able to manage conflict, like not always everyone sees eye to eye around the table. There's always some type of conflict. So being able to manage that with an open and safe environment to actually have those kind of conversations, and that flows in with the respect. And respectful with feedback. So we will have opinions, we will have feedback to give when necessary. So it's being respectful of each other and having that safe environment. And we also flowed in through to commitment, which is delivering on what you promised. You'd say you'd kind of deliver, obviously, as you're constantly changing it, but actually meeting kind of those expectations. And having the courage. So working together as a team, like we say, if someone's quieter or falling behind, like, you're all working together and now helping get that across the line, and having the courage to ask for help. If you've got an idea, having the courage to speak out to everyone, and also having the courage to admit that you don't know what you're doing. So my theory is always there's no dumb questions. So it's having that respect and that openness as well. So it all kind of flows together. And the team definitely saw how it all flows in through to that trust as well. So it definitely all makes sense the more we started talking about it.
Yeah, another great summary here is thank you for that, Stacey and team 1. Very, very important, right? I think, I'm glad, I think, you brought some great information and your ideas and thoughts back into sharing with the rest of the team members here. But values are very, very important, right? So as you can see, it's all about values, and living by these values will make a big difference. And so that kind of concludes our Scrum theory. But let's also do another knowledge check. But before we go and do that, any other thoughts or anything that you want to add to this discussion? Anyone? All right, I think, great information, right? So thank you for doing that. First of all, a round of applause for everyone for doing an amazing job on these activities and bringing back all the information and putting notes there too. Really is helpful. All right, let's do a quick knowledge check on. So there's the workbook exercises and activities. So what I have done is I have done a few just quick questions on, for us to just go through and do a quick knowledge check. This is going to be, it's unlike in the test is going to be multiple choice, but here, let's just do a true or false quiz. So give me a thumbs up if you think that the statement is correct, when I read out that statement, and give me a thumbs down if you think that the statement is incorrect or it is false. You don't have to do this because there's no penalty for guessing on the test. So you can do this or this 50% chances. Also, you can look at your neighbor and you go, well, if they did this and you think that this is the right answer, you can kind of do that and say, oh, this is what I meant. You can do that. That's not a problem. As long as you trust them, right? Okay. The three pillars of empirical process control are openness, inspection, and adaptation. Incorrect because it's transparency, inspection, and adaptation, because openness is one of the values and transparency is one of the pillars of empiricism. Trust is one of the 5 values of Scrum. Incorrect because trust is the outcome of living by the 5 values: courage, focus, openness, respect, and commitment. Benefits of an iterative and incremental approach. Remember the artist drawing a picture and all of that? You're focused on one objective at a time, internally decide who does what, when, and how, and accountable for creating a valuable, useful increment. Correct. Possible disadvantages of a partial Scrum implementation could cause lack of learning, reduced communication, worse results. Correct. Remember we talked about, Agile, Fragile, Scrum Fall, Scrum Butt. We do all of those things. Those are the disadvantages. Scrum is a methodology. Incorrect because Scrum is a framework. A methodology is like, it will give you instructions or step-by-step things that can be done. Framework is intentionally incomplete, like we talked about, and it does not give you all the details and the necessary things. You have to figure out what the next course of action could be, or what would that be. So that's the Scrum theory. Any questions on these? All right. Okay, so let's just quickly complete this. This is basically the completion of the Scrum theory, which will set us for us to move forward and talk about the accountabilities in Scrum. When we first talked about the big picture on the illustration here, we said that there's a team of 10 product owners, Scrum Master, developers. Together, they are called a Scrum team. And we are going to focus on those 3 and then peel a little bit more information on that. Everything that starts with the product to be improved on is all stored in this product backlog, and the product owner generates these ideas, gathers information from stakeholders, sponsors, customers, and everyone, and maintains this product backlog. Product owner is the product, owns the product backlog. How many of you own a house? Do you have to maintain your house? If you own a house, yes, just like that, the product owner needs to maintain the product backlog. So all of these things that are required for them to enhance the product, all of these things are in the single source of truth. And the product owner is someone who is responsible for ordering of the product backlog. Remember, ordering means sequentially ordering it, rank ordering it, so that 1 is more important than 10, 10 is more important than 11. But essentially, the product owner owns that. And the Scrum Master is someone who owns the Scrum framework. They are making sure that the team is efficient. They help them facilitate. They are a coach. Lots of different things that the Scrum Master does to make sure that everything runs smoothly using the Scrum framework efficiently. Developers, again, not to get confused with programmers and everyone who's doing work is called a developer, simply. So no senior most leader, no senior most architect, no senior, no junior, none of those things. Everyone is equal. There's no hierarchy on a Scrum team. No one is reporting to the others within the Scrum team because it's a flat hierarchy. There's no sub teams as well. There's no such thing as development team, Scrum Master team, none of those things. Everyone is just called a developer on a Scrum team. So those are the 3 accountabilities in Scrum. Now, think about the Scrum. I mean, I'm going to give you a metaphor from a car perspective, but this by no means is not a Mercedes emblem. So if you think about the product owner is someone who is focused on the why and the what. Why are we building this product? what are we going to get done during the sprint? What is the scope for our product? What is the return on investment for our, on this particular product backlog item? What is more important for the stakeholder? All of those decisions are made by the product owner, and they're focused on building the right product, and they're focused on the business goals. They are a conduit between the stakeholders and sponsors to the Scrum team, so that whatever the customer is asking for, they're bringing it to the Scrum team to see if the Scrum team can deliver this value to the customer. And the developers are the people who are focused on the how. How are we going to get the chosen work accomplished? How much work can we reasonably get done during the sprint? It's all about the developers figuring out how to build that product the right way. They're focused on the engineering goals. Now, the Scrum Master is the support role, and they are helping the team build these products better and faster and make sure that everything runs smoothly according to the Scrum framework. So together, they all are accountable for delivering a valuable, useful increment to the customer. Increment is, again, the value, whether it's a service or a product or anything that you're delivering is called an increment. Scrum teams are cross-functional and self-managing. When you say cross-functional, they are all learning together and growing together as a team, so that knowledge transfer is happening amongst the team. So somebody mentioned about how can I stand in my team members, like, while you're discussing the values, we said that we need to be able to help each other out. We are mutually accountable. So how do we work with each other so that these handoffs disappear? Remember, in the past, we used to say, pass the baton on, you keep doing this, that one of the analysts would do some analysis and pass it on to a programmer. A programmer would do something and pass it on to another QA engineer. A QA engineer will pass it on to implement it in production. And all of these things are, a siloed way of working, so that these handoffs needs to disappear, and we need to work together as a team. Like bees, right? How do bees operate? They all swarm on 1 or 2 flowers at a time and gather that nectar or honey. And then they're not going to say, hey, you go to that flower, you go to this flower, right? They all work together as a team. So that's the concept that we're talking about. So we are more flexible and stand in for others. Hey, my team member got sick. It's not about his task, my task, her task. It's about our goal. This is the common goal that we are all after. We should never focus on individual tasks. The focus is more on the broader goal that we have. Maybe sprint goal, maybe product goal. So that's what we need to do. Scrum teams are self-managing. Freedom from decision-making. Full freedom in the decision-making. Not like, well, you can decide, but you're not allowed to make these decisions. No, it's more about full freedom. Many organizations, you say, you're a fully empowered individual, but we're going to tell you what to do. Right? That doesn't work too well. You have to make sure that you give them the full autonomy to make those decisions. Improve performance, not pressurized by someone telling you, hey, you need to do this. Not like, a manager or somebody with authority telling you what to do. You are individuals who can make those kinds of decisions as a developer. So that freedom should be there. You're inspecting yourself. You're finding your own faults. You're fixing your own faults, which means retrospective to figure out, well, I think, we could do better in these areas. What are those? Let's figure it out together as a team. And that's what the whole purpose of the Scrum team is all about. Now, a metaphor that I would like to use here is the product owner is like the steerer of the car, right? Product owner is like the driver of a car, and the developers are like the tires of a car. If the product owner is the driver, if the product owner is the driver and the developers are like the tires of a car, can you all please put in the chat, who do you think is which part of the car is your Scrum Master? Engine? Headlights, engine, okay. Giving you a path or providing you that. CPU, engine, computer. I'm so glad that you're putting normal layman's language for me, because one person was in the class, they were like essentially probably like an expert in cars. They put all these car parts. I'm like, what? I have no clue what you're saying. The class was also lost and they started talking about cars. No. this is what Scrum, but you're making it very simple and easy. I like that. Yes, I think they're all great answers. There's no right or wrong in this situation, but I would say the Scrum Master is like the oil in the engine, right? What's the purpose of oil? Oil lubricates everything and keeps everything running smoothly. Just like that, the Scrum Master is ensuring that everything runs smoothly from a Scrum framework perspective, motivating the team, doing whatever core competencies are necessary, whatever the Scrum Master wants to do to help the team is all over here. Now, let's talk about the developers. What are the developers? What people who do the work are called developers. They own the sprint backlog because sprint backlog is created during sprint planning, and the developers figure out what to do, how much work they can get done, in what order, by whom this work will be completed. That freedom is there. So they own the sprint backlog. Who, how, by whom, in what order. So they are accountable for creating that sprint backlog, right? With the rest of the team, like the Scrum Master and the product owner. They instill quality. They take quality into account by adhering to something called a definition of done. They adapt their plan every single day. And they're mutually accountable. Because they are the ones who are doing the work in Scrum, developers are the ones who are providing the estimates or the sizing of the product backlog. And they sign up for work rather than being assigned work to them. Because it's the autonomy, right? We are going to make those decisions. I'm going to make sure that, I work on these things. And essentially, I think it's all about that teamwork. If you think about the developers are like ants. These little creatures called ants? From what I read, ants create complex colonies and intricate structures close to 3,500 to 4,500 miles of structures. Does anyone tell them how to create that? No, because they have that inherent nature to do the work, just like ants. Also, Scrum developers are like a flock of birds. If you look at these birds in the sky, like they form this V-shaped structure. The bird in the front kind of alternates with the other birds as they are flying so that they stand in for each other and then they get to the destination. Now, have you ever seen like two flocks of birds in the sky, in the middle of the sky, one flock asking the other flock, can you please provide me directions to North Pole from here? No, never. So they know how to get to that destination. So developers are like that. Developers are also like a school of fish. They all head in the same direction rather than going in multiple different directions. So essentially, they are the ones who are creating that quality product. They are providing that information, that to the customer. Product owner owns the product backlog. There's one product owner. There's a single person. They are not a group or committee of people. And essentially, they define scope for the developers. And they have independent authority to make decisions about the product, its release, when to release, whether to release or not to the customer. All of those decisions are done by the product owner. And they are accountable for maximizing the value of the product resulting from the work that the developers do. So they're constantly working with the developers to ensure this is the right product, but then how you build it is up to you. You have full freedom. And they explicitly share the product goal, long-term goal. This is our goal. The product backlog, the order can change, but overall we have a goal for us to accomplish. And they order the product backlog, sequentially order, rank order this, and also they are accountable for effective product backlog management. So they are making sure they gather these ideas from stakeholders, sponsors, customers, and everyone, right? Because this is the single source of truth. And the product owner is responsible for the ordering of the product backlog. The ultimate decision as to which order this work needs to be completed is done by the product owner. And everyone must respect the decisions of a product owner. Single person makes it easier. Also, they make sure that the product backlog is transparent and visible. Product owners are also very creative people, innovative people. From what I understand, think about all the product owners, right? Whether it's Steve Jobs or Bill Gates or Elon Musk, all these people are also very creative and innovative. And from what I read, back in early 1940s, there was a shortage of steel in the United States. And Ford, being a automotive company, right? How do we create cars? How do we build cars without steel? So they came up with a material that was 10 times stronger than steel using the hemp plant. Using a hemp plant, hemp oil to run the car, hemp to build cars. And to show how strong this material was, Ford stood in front of the Ford plant with an axe and started hitting the car with this axe to show how strong it was. So very, very creative and innovative people. Scrum Master. Scrum Master is a Sherpa. Do you know who a Sherpa is? Anyone? Sherpa is in this mountain regions, right? So in 1947, Tenzing Norgay helped Sir Edmund Hillary to get to the mountaintop of Mount Everest. They did not do the climb for themselves, but they helped the team get to that mountaintop. So your Scrum Master is like that. There's a goal, and you're helping the team reach their goals. And they do this by doing a lot of different things, like wearing a hat like a coach. Think about sports coaches, a teacher, a mentor, a facilitator. So these are the 4 core competencies of a Scrum Master. They also juggle various different balls in the air, serving the needs of the product owner, serving the organization, serving the Scrum team, and also helping the team resolve or remove any impediments that are impeding them to meet the sprint goals. And they're a servant leader. They're a true leader. So they're there. It's a neutral party, right? Because there's no such thing as there's no heroes in Scrum, there's no zeros in Scrum. They're all equal. Scrum Master is not a project manager. There's no project manager role in Scrum, period. Scrum is a different way of doing your work. And essentially, they are helping the team to succeed in building or delivering value to the customer. So they are accountable for, Scrum Masters are accountable for the Scrum team's effectiveness, which means they are enabling the Scrum team to improve its practices within the Scrum framework. Use the framework to your advantage and make sure you follow these things. Just like how when you play a game or a sport, you follow rules, right? Everyone must operate on the same rules. You can't really say, I'm going to operate from a different set of rules. So they established Scrum as defined in the Scrum Guide, making sure that everyone understands what is Scrum, what is not Scrum. If a manager or somebody else is unable to understand it, we are going to educate them. If a stakeholder doesn't understand, educate them. If the product owner doesn't understand, educate them about Scrum. If the developers don't understand, educate them. So whatever is necessary for the team to be successful in doing that, that's what this Scrum Master does. They're experimenting with new ideas. They have access to stakeholders who can help you with any of the things that are done. I have access to these people, so I can tap into them to get you what you need. And you address issues openly. Transparency, right? Transparency is one of the pillars of empiricism. Very, very important for us to have that. So these are the 3 accountabilities in Scrum. And let's just talk about doing these 3 accountabilities as an activity. Now, I know that we just talked about or taking a break. How about we just take a 10-minute break quickly, and when we come back, we'll talk about these 3 accountabilities. You can start thinking about about the 3 accountabilities: Scrum Master, Product Owner, and Developers, all 3 of them. When we come back, we'll do that. But before we take our break, any questions on this?
Can you move the other screen? Okay, you did it.
Yep. All right. So we'll see you okay, Arnold.
Raj, I had a question. A little bit back there, you said filling up for one another. So that gets confusing. Well, I've been when we were talking in our groups, there was a few of us who were self-taught Scrum. So myself, speaking about myself, I was looking at a few YouTube videos, and I do have some friends who are certified in Scrum. So when you said, people filling up for one another, does that mean that the Scrum Master inside of the Scrum team can also, well, let me ask this question this way. Is it a possibility that the Scrum Master is also part of the development team, or vice versa, or the Scrum Master can have more than one role?
That's an excellent question. The answer is you can do whatever you want. Can they do it? Yes, they can. But is it advisable? Maybe not. No, what happens is when you have multiple roles, you're not doing justice to either of those roles or those accountabilities. If you start doing this, how would you protect the team if you're working as a scrum master and also product owner? There's a conflict of interest. Can I be a developer? Maybe, but how would I protect the team in case if they have an impediment or things like that? So my answer is that keep it simple and clear. Don't try to do all of those things because that might cause suboptimal situations when you try to do those things. So focus on the accountabilities that we just talked about. Standing in for others from a developer's point of view meant if one of my developers got sick, right? I'm able to do their work. So I become cross-functional. Cross-functionality means it's almost like T-shaped skills, the letter T, right? The depth of skills that you need to have, like the vertical part of the T. But then you're broadening your horizon by learning from my team members. So I broaden my knowledge base and I can say, hey, you know what? I didn't really do testing, but I learned from my team members. So all the skills that are necessary together as a Scrum team are on the Scrum team, but not one person holding all of those things, right? It's individuals that have different skills, but they all will be able to learn from each other and become more and more cross-functional and more mature. As you get mature and you become more and more, that's when you need to do that. But I would keep it simple. But then, there may be some situations why people have done that, and we'll talk throughout those in our class throughout the next couple of days. Yeah.
Yeah, so my question is, it really does not affect the marketplace, like being hired. They wouldn't hire you because you're not how am I gonna put this? Let's say they're not gonna hire you because you can't do coding and you're only a Scrum Master.
Yeah, it shouldn't affect you, but have you seen these kinds of job descriptions before?
I'm just.
We are looking for a Scrum Master / project manager / portfolio manager / coder / janitor / cook / if you have all of these skills, you're immediately hired. Now, again, I think this is something that people don't know what they're doing, so they can ask for the sun and the moon and the stars, but is that even possible for anyone to have that? So that's the problem with a lot of organizations is they think that they want all these skills for them to be successful, but go and figure how do you find these kinds of people with those kinds of skills, right? So
you're right.
Yeah, but we'll talk more. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go through. Sure. Okay, let's take our 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll finish that activity. Yeah.
my folder. Why does Zoom need to access downloads in my folder? Shoot, no.
Okay, so
Oh, that's what that is. Okay. That's the mirror board. Someone, can I add this as a,
I'm gonna post it now. I've just got the link.
yeah, I got it. I'm gonna try to see if I can bookmark it. Okay. This is crazy. What is Chrome? Let me just take a picture of it. It'll be easier, and I could just go back.
Erica, are you using an Apple computer, or you're using you are? Okay, good. So I have one too, and they're kind of complicated. So I was watching on YouTube because I didn't know how to copy and paste. So the Miro whatever thingy that is sent to you through Knowledge Hut, you are not able to, it can't get through the phone. But I took that link and I saved it like in a phone number that I've used in the past and everything, so I could just have it. So what you do is you hit Command. Well, you kind of like you kind of highlight it blue, you know, and then you hit Command and then the letter C. It copies it,
Yeah.
and then you can send it to whatever you want to send it and paste it. And same as the other Google Drive thing. Actually, it's kind of
That's why I couldn't get mine earlier, because I was trying to figure that out. I couldn't. My the link wouldn't work in my browser because I'm working on a Mac, and I figured it out with the Command C and Command V.
okay, good.
So yeah, it's just.
All right, awesome. I just threw it out there. I didn't know if you are, but good.
You.
All right, no problem.
So let me save this. What do you want? You want to go outside?
Kenisha, are you there?
Hi Arnold.
Hey.
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? So listen, I was gonna throw you something when we were in our group. So I'm super new to like IT and Scrum. I'm in a totally different world. So over like the last month or so, I've been looking at a lot of YouTube videos. There's one called Scrum for Beginners, and it's 5 hours, and it's literally the entire course. I mean, Raj is breaking it down like super duper awesome, and he's talking to you, so you kind of know what he's talking about, and he has all these things planned. I mean, he's done it for a long time. But I was gonna say, if you have a lot of downtime, I know you said you have kids, and I know it can be challenging. Listen to that. Listen to that video. It's called Scrum for Beginners, and it's 5 hours. And what I did is I've just been listening to it, writing down notes. Not that it does help. It does help, but it helps you in the standpoint of when Raj is talking, it's stuff that you've heard in the past through this video, so
Yeah.
it's easier for you
Yeah.
to digest. Okay.
Mhm. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Actually, I was gonna reach out to you for help, you know?
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so, all right, you can, I don't know how you're gonna send it to me, but let me know, what you want from me so I can give you so we can connect, okay?
All right, no worries.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Hello. Welcome back.
Sweet.
Raj, maybe we'll ask one question real quickly.
Yeah, sure.
What kind of jobs, like positions can someone apply for with a Scrum certification?
I think, I guess, it depends on somebody wants to be a product owner or a Scrum Master or a developer on a Scrum team are the options. And it could be in several different industries.
You don't have to.
We'll also talk about networking, and we'll talk about all of those things on the last day as well. So in case if you have, anything that you want to share with others, we'll talk about that too. Yeah. All right. So I want us to work on these three boards over here. I want you to please talk about the accountabilities and responsibilities of a developer, product owner, and also a Scrum Master. And on the second one, on the product owner, there's an activity tool called Why is the Product Owner a Single Person, Not a Committee or Group of People? So that's what you're going to be working on. But before we do this one activity, I want you to please grab a pen and paper, or maybe you have something on your sticky note on your computer or wherever you want to do that. That's totally okay. But I'm going to give you 1 minute of silent writing about one person that you admire in your life. Somebody who you think is like awesome. This person has all these qualities. So you're so you admire this person so much because of their qualities. So anything that comes to your mind about these qualities, write down all the qualities that come to your mind, and I'm going to give you 1 minute for that activity. Timer starts now. $15 seconds left. All right. I want you to keep this list handy. And while you're discussing the product owner, Scrum Master, and the developer's accountabilities and responsibilities, think about which of these characteristics will help you will help the product owner or the scrum master or a developer, just as a starting point for your discussion, just to think about some characteristics of these three. You can have that conversation. So for this activity, I'm going to give you about 12 minutes. So any questions on this? You're doing all three? Yes, Michael?
What if we don't know, like a product owner, or is this something that we should be bringing back about what you were speaking about, or is this something we should know on our own, like internal experience?
Yeah. I mean, it's basically, you could use our conversation as a starting point. If you have any experience, working your own experience, bring that in there. If you want to go back and look at the Picasso art or the PowerPoint presentation, use these things also for your discussion in case if you feel like, well, I might want to take a look at it. So yeah, pretty much in your own words as a team, what are all the things that you want to bring back to the main room here? That's the idea. Yeah. Okay. So breakout rooms, open all rooms.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Okay. Is anyone wants to go this time? Should I go?
Wait, I'm kind of confused. What are we doing?
We are
Yeah, sorry.
we are doing the Scrum Master, Product Owner, and Developers' responsibilities and accountabilities, defining that.
All right, perfect. Do you want to start?
Yes, let's start with the developers. Who wants to add here?
Which activity are you starting with?
We are starting with the developers activity. What are some accountabilities and responsibility? What are some of their characteristics? So one thing coming in my mind is delivering a quality product. On time.
I can also add the accountable to creating a plan that goes inside of the sprint backlog.
Oh, okay, so I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding. We're talking about the developer?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, the duties, developing the software.
Okay.
They're the ones that typically oversee the task for the programming of the software.
Task for the working software, right?
I'm sorry?
Task for the working software?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
They also lay out the software design. They present the software design to the business.
Actually, they don't. Okay, can you please tell me again? I can put that.
They lay out the software design, basically how the system, the end user is going to see the system.
So you mean to say they will able to demo the product?
Say that again.
They will able to demo the product? Demonstration?
Yes. They can demo it. They don't have to, but they can.
important thing to keep in mind in terms of the language of the developer is that it's not necessarily job specific. It's basically anybody else that works on the project. So you could be a CX designer, you could be marketing, you could be comms, and you're still considered a developer in terms of the roles. It's like everybody else, which is a bit different from normal sort of tech terminology if you work in tech.
Yes. And what are some of the characteristics?
Of who? The development team?
Yes, what we can add here.
They're self-organized.
Okay.
They are responsible for the product backlog, prioritization.
Prioritization will be done by the PO.
Yeah, the product backlog's done by the PO, the sprint backlog's done by the developers.
Yes.
And what Jeanette said, that, you know, their characteristic is they can be from anything. They can be from comms, they can, you know, be BA, they can have any sort of hat. So it's just a general role.
So there you go with teamwork, right?
Yes, team member.
Teamwork, yeah.
Okay, moving to the next thing. Next one we have.
Can we say they can be flexible?
Yeah, they need to be flexible,
Yeah,
adaptable.
they need to be
Yeah, sorry,
flexible
that's
and
developers.
adaptable. Yeah. No
Yeah,
worries. Yep.
Okay, let's move to the next one, which is the product owner. What we can add?
So the product owner is in charge of the product backlog.
Yeah. They're one of the main responsibilities that, you know, they liaise with the end users. So one of their key factors, they liaise with the end users.
Yes, getting the requirements from the end user, right?
Stakeholders.
Bridge between, or we can say in a different, like in which the product owner is the bridge between the developers and the stakeholder.
Yes.
Yeah. Payal, are you writing? Are you going to present it this time?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. Can we say also the product owner is a single person and it's not a group?
Yes.
And they also have the vision, like the overall vision, right? Of the
Yep.
And it was called the increment, the end goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Product owner represent the customer or the client. Is that their role as well?
Yes.
Normally it's
They're
a
the
bridge,
liaison
cannot
between
represent
the,
the customer.
they're the liaison between the customer and the IT team.
Although the Scrum Master does have stakeholder engagement too. I think I read somewhere.
Yeah. I don't think we can really say that
Yeah,
because
the Scrum
everyone
Master
works
does
together.
have access to the stakeholders.
Yeah.
Yes, Scrum Master directly
Yeah.
don't ask for the requirements from the stakeholders.
Yeah. Can we really say that? Because I thought everyone is working together and no one is in charge of anyone.
Oh, except for
Yeah, but they have their specific role as well. So they might be multifunctional, but they have their specific role.
Yes, and product owner is responsible for product refinement.
Yeah, the backlog refinement, isn't it?
Yes. Backlog prioritization, right? Backlog prioritization.
Yeah.
The product owner is accountable for ordering product backlog.
Yes.
And they also max value of the product resulting from the work of the Scrum team.
Sorry, can you repeat?
So the product owner is accountable for max value of the product resulting from the work of the Scrum team. I got that note from Sir's presentation.
Okay, max value
Of the product resulting from the work of the Scrum team.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, moving to the last one, that is the Scrum Master. We can add what are some of the accountabilities and responsibilities?
I would say the Scrum Master, his role is to make sure that the product owner and the development team agree on the same sprint.
In the professional language, we can say work on any impediments which is in the team.
Yeah.
They're also a guide for the team, so they help them, move in the correct direction, kind of similar to what you're saying right now.
They assist the product manager, the product owner, I'm sorry, the product manager, the product owner in development of user stories.
They also make sure that the Scrum principles and the Agile Manifesto are being followed.
Just a second, I'm writing. So what's with PO and Dev? What is the last one you said, Anna?
I said they make sure that the Scrum team is following the Scrum principles and the Agile Manifesto.
You mean to say
And
mentoring?
Yeah, and they're practicing Agile. Yep.
So they're kind of like the leader, aren't they?
Yeah, they are the leader.
Yeah. But I think it's something they wouldn't want you to say, but technically that's what it is.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
It's like they're the boss, but they say there's no boss.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You're like the prefect.
Why they say coach.
Yeah,
instead
coach.
of
Yeah.
leader.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Babysitter.
But at the same time, they're also, serving the product owner and the developers at the same time with their needs.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, good.
The Scrum Master is accountable for Scrum team's effectiveness to improve its practice within the Scrum F/W. I don't understand what F/W means, but that's what I found.
Framework.
Framework.
Yeah. You've got it.
You're doing
Can you
great.
repeat?
You're doing great.
Can you repeat one more time, please?
Sure. So it says the Scrum Master is accountable for Scrum team's effectiveness to improve its practice within the Scrum framework. If you want, I can type it in the chat.
We have a limited time, just a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Responsible for the team effectiveness, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Scrum Master. Okay.
Oh no, sorry. Can do.
We got 50
We
seconds.
have one more thing. We have one more question in the product owner. What was the question was PO is why the PO is a single person and not a committee?
I'd say less tension, less it's quicker.
To avoid confusion.
Yeah. It's better to have one person idea as opposed to numerous people because it's supposed to be lean and agile.
Yeah.
That's simple, which
Yeah.
is
Keep it simple.
Effective, right?
Yeah. We have 20 seconds. 15 now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Good job. Good job, everyone.
right, welcome back, welcome back. Lots of smiling faces, so that must have been a good discussion. I see a lot of good content also on the boards over here. Let's go to team 3. Team 3, can you talk about developers?
Hi Raj, this is Kaya. Yes, we can talk about the developers. So developers are responsible for delivery of product backlog, which is in the backlog, just delivering the right product for that. They are responsible for giving the working software to the end client, demoing sometimes, not always, demoing the product to end users. Developers should be the characteristics is developers should be the team members. Developers should work on the sprint backlog, and developers should be the self-organized.
Okay, awesome. Now you said that, not always, but developers are always working in the sprint review to demonstrate the working product increment. They're working with providing additional information as needed. So all of that is happening during your sprint review as well. So awesome, awesome. Team 2, do you want to add anything to that? Anything missing? Anything different?
Yeah, I guess I don't know if anyone said anything about estimation and planning. If so, I missed that part, but I think that's really important. And I heavily lean on developers to do that, so we have an understanding of what we can accomplish in a sprint.
Yeah, and also adhering to the definition of done, adapting a plan towards the sprint goal, holding each other accountable. All of those things absolutely are important. Awesome, awesome. Team 2, do you want to talk about product owner?
Sure, yeah. So product owner, there's some good discussion here. There's actually a bit of back and forth about the sprint stand-up and the sprint retro, or the sprint stand-up specifically, like how important it was to have the product owner there. So that was kind of interesting. But yeah, this person ultimately needs to know the product priorities at all times. They need to make sure for each sprint we're maximizing value and delivering some meaningful improvement to the customer. They need to be a really clear communicator and have a transparent backlog so others are able to view what's coming up next. So everything related to the product backlog. And yeah, we talked about that question, why is it good to have one product owner and not a team of, a committee of people making those decisions? And a good point was brought up, if multiple people or if everybody's in charge, no one's in charge. And also too many decision makers slow down the process, and that's kind of in conflict with the spirit of Agile, which is move quick. That's it from T2.
Yeah, awesome. That is a great summary here. You're right. Too many cooks in the kitchen, not a good idea. Product owner, making sure that, they help make these decisions about the product, its priorities, its clarity, its transparency. All of those things are absolutely important from a product owner perspective. I think, one of the things that you mentioned about is sprint stand-up. There's no such thing as sprint stand-up. You're probably referring to daily scrum. So daily scrum is the inspect adapt mechanism. And some people use that as stand-up, but in extreme programming, there's something called stand-up, where literally people stand up and talk about providing this information about how they're progressing towards work. But in Scrum, we call that as daily Scrum. And the question that you all had was about whether the product owner attends the daily Scrum, right? So
yeah,
we'll talk more about it, but for now, the one-line answer is the daily Scrum is for the developers and by the developers. So the Scrum Master and the product owner may not be actively participating because it's not for them, but the Scrum Master is probably ensuring that the meeting takes place and it is positive and productive, and it is kept within the time box of 15 minutes or less, and ensuring that the team focuses on empiricism, right? Inspection and adaptation piece of it. But in my experience, I like the product owner to be a part of the daily Scrum, because if they are there, I think I always feel good about, like, if I have a question about something, I can talk about it after the daily Scrum is done, and gives me more sort of an involvement, and it kind of motivates me to be a part of this team and say, you know what, my product owner cares about this. They want to come here. So that's how I feel. But yes, it is mainly for the developers. Awesome. Thank you for that, Anjali and team 2. Team 1, can you talk about the Scrum Master?
Yes, for the Scrum Master, we found that Scrum Masters they have to be able to coach the Scrum framework and being knowledgeable. So if there are other team members that are not as knowledgeable about Scrum, just educating them on the process. They're also great facilitators by, as you just touched on, making sure that the time management is held in place, making sure they're staying on topic in the meeting. If we're going and veering off too much, then, sometimes we have to table topics, and the Scrum Master will kind of serve as a gatekeeper for that. They serve as the leader and the facilitator. They also are good time managers. And in my experience, they have kind of directed the sprint retro, and they would go over with the rest of the team looking at a retrospect of the previous sprint and what we can do moving forward, and also setting up the sprint planning.
Yeah, I think, all great, good information that is needed from a Scrum Master perspective. Yes, absolutely. Team 2, do you want to add anything to the Scrum Master? Anything different?
I think it was mostly covered. There's definitely like the motivational piece to it, making sure that everyone has that individual and like team purpose. They know how what they're doing is impacting the end product. They definitely unblock the team. So if something comes up where someone's unable to do their work or they're being slowed, they're like removing those roadblocks and understanding them. And, ultimately they're the person who understands the whole Scrum framework, and Agile framework, really well, so they can make sure that the team is adhering to it.
And to add to that, I think a Scrum Master has to understand how the organization works, and how whatever is being built or created or implemented is going to impact the business and other work streams.
Yeah, so there's like a service to the organization part of it, right? So how do I serve the needs of my organization? Maybe we have just adopted Scrum, we are new to Scrum. Maybe I'll help the organization transform into making sure that, use the Scrum framework properly. But if, somebody doesn't understand, maybe I can be a mentor to them. I can be a teacher to them. I can facilitate conversations. I can facilitate conflicts. All of those things are possible from a Scrum Master perspective. So it's yes, there's certainly that they're taking care of the team in terms of serving the needs of the team, but also the organization itself heading in the right direction from a transformation perspective is a big thing that the Scrum Master does. So good points. Thanks for sharing that, Rodney. Okay, so any other thoughts before we talk about a few more things? All right. We need to celebrate. Why? Can you tell me why or ask me why?
All work, no play, make a jack and dog bar.
We're celebrating that we got through day one.
Almost. I believe, I think, we have a couple more things that I want to quickly talk about. We're almost finished, but I think we finished or setting up the stage for tomorrow. We're talking about these three things, the developers, product owner, and the Scrum Master. So let's talk about quickly on the Scrum Master's day in the life of a Scrum Master. How does it look like? And set that now. Well, we talked about the accountabilities. So what does the Scrum Master do all day? Scrum Master is someone who is an educator, educates the team by demonstrating, teaching, telling them stories, or working with user stories, we call them, but they're simply called product backlog items from a Scrum perspective. Educating the team wherever it is necessary for them to educate in anything, educating the team to keep the time box, educating the team to live by the values of Scrum, educating the team or educating the organization in understanding and adoption and transformation of Scrum. Scrum Master is a coach. Think about sports coaches, personal trainers, life strategy coaches. A coach is someone who is making sure that the team is successful by providing that motivation that is required. A coach is someone who is not playing the game, but they're cheering the team from the stands. Is the coach playing the game? No, they are not playing the game, but they are helping the team, play it right. And essentially, they are coaching the product owner, the team, as well as the organization. If there's one or two accountabilities or deliverables for a Scrum Master, I would say the Scrum Master is a coach who is helping the team become cross-functional and self-managing. Those are my deliverables as a Scrum Master. A Scrum Master is a facilitator, that oil in the engine, right? Facilitating meetings, facilitating a collaboration, facilitating a dialogue, facilitating the environment. My space, I'm geographically distributed. My team is in US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India. How do I find a common time for all of us to collaborate with each other? Meetings is not just like slapping something on the calendar and you go, let it run, right? It's more about before the meeting, planning for it. During the meeting, making sure that everything runs smoothly. And also after the meeting, reiterating actions, follow up, what is necessary, all of those things that this Scrum Master does. Scrum Master is a support system. They nurture the team, they spoil the team, they encourage the team, they protect the team from outside noise. Somebody else wants to boss over you, or somebody else wants to push work onto you. These are all things that the Scrum Master is there to be that neutral person to say, hey, you can't really do that. They are empowered individuals to make their own decisions. Promoting Scrum as defined in the Scrum Guide. And also removing or helping remove any impediments or blockers or barriers to the success of the Scrum team. Anything that comes in the way, you are there to help remove those impediments. And see, Scrum Master doesn't have any authority over people. They are not managing people, right? How do you do these things? So the words that we are describing, right? Helping the team, guiding the team, coaching the team, teaching the team, facilitating the team, all of these words come into play. Feedback, from a team perspective, individual perspective, making sure that transparency is an important aspect, making visible anything that is needed for you to keep the team moving with any information that they might need. If they need any charts or metrics or reminders, provide them to them. But essentially, you are there to serve the needs of the team. Be that noticing Scrum Master, right? Observe, watch, listen. How do you listen? You need to be silent in order for you to listen. Listen and silent have the same exact letters, except jumbled up, right? In order for you to be a listening Scrum Master, you need to be silent. Don't be a telling Scrum Master, because Scrum Masters cannot really tell, all of those things. And getting clear to the root cause of a problem, reflecting upon certain things, question, appreciating, inquiry. All of these things are something that the Scrum Master does. Also, the Scrum Master helps the team improve. Continuous improvement, finding areas of improvements during sprint retrospective. Anywhere and anytime that the Scrum Master does all of these things and a lot more, it's there. Scrum Master is a change agent. And anything that helps the team to move forward in the right direction. So Scrum Masters also have these core competencies, which we are going to pick up again maybe tomorrow or so. But for example, Scrum Master is a teacher. What does a teacher do? A teacher imparts knowledge. They share their skills, their perspective with the students. Teaching is one-to-many. Just like how I'm a teacher, I'm a subject matter expert in Scrum. So I'm sharing my skills and my perspective with all of you, which is one-to-many. So I'm filling in the gaps of any knowledge that you may be needing from a Scrum perspective. I'm doing that. A teacher brings in the content. What am I doing? I'm bringing content from, for example, Scrum Alliance's learning objectives. We are also doing exercises and activities. I'm going to provide you or provided you with Picasso art, PowerPoint presentations, knowledge checks, anything and everything from a content perspective is something the teacher can do. What does a mentor do? A mentor is a guide to path. Mentor-mentee relationship is typically one-on-one, but the mentor is someone who is sharing their perspectives. Teaching is more structured. Mentoring is more semi-structured, right? Teaching is more structured in the way that I'm doing it, right? I'm doing a combination of teaching, facilitating, all of these different things during the class. But a mentorship is typically guiding to path. In my experience, I have done it this way. You don't have to pick this, but I'm going to share my ideas and everything with you, and you pick your own path. So mentorship is more one of those things where I cannot really go and say, well, I want to do this, I want to mentor you, right? It's none of those things. It's more than that. Coaching. What does a coach do? A coach is someone who unlocks the potential of an individual team or an organization. So they're holding the process, coaching the team. A coach is not playing the game. Coach is your support system. A coach is walking the path along with you, but the coach helps you set your own goals and help you reach those goals by motivating you, providing you whatever is necessary for you to be successful. So they have the growth potential that they want you to utilize your own growth potential. Unlocking the potential means unlocking the genius in you, which means you already have that potential in you. Facilitation. Facilitation is more about providing structure. Facilitation or facilis in Latin means to make something easier or possible. Facil in Spanish also means to make something easier or possible. So it's more about providing structure. Facilitation could mean like make sure that everything runs smoothly. Facilitation is not just only about meetings, facilitating a conflict, facilitating a conversation, facilitating a pair programming session, facilitating a product backlog refinement session, facilitating a sprint planning meeting. All of these things are facilitation. So it's making sure that everything runs smoothly, and before, during, after, all of these things are important from a Scrum perspective. So this is just the beginning of our conversation. So just keep these things in mind as we go through, as we progress. What does a teacher do? What does a Scrum Master do as a teacher? Where do they do? How do they do it? All of these things that you keep in mind so that you can enhance your learning as we go through different topics. Yeah. But before we kind of conclude and start talking about the homework and a retrospective, any questions at this point?
Raj, I have a question. Who does the capacity plan? Any like PO or Scrum Master?
Yeah, we'll talk about that more when we go into sprint planning, but the answer is the team. It doesn't have to be like, specifically anyone. It's not an accountability of anyone, but we'll figure out capacity planning as a team together. So it's a collaborative effort. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about homework. So there's something called, not workbook. There's agenda, test information, video links, homework resources. For those of you who want to go back and look at some additional information, maybe to summarize something, there's also pre-class videos that I provided. There's about 16 videos. Those are all based on the learning objectives that we have in the class. So if you want to look at those videos, feel free to do so. They are very short, 3-minute, 2-minute, 1-minute videos, which you're going to be absolutely helpful for you. And also This homework is on page number 4 in the agenda, homework, test information, resources document. The end of page number 4 is where I have this information. And there's 2 articles that I want you to please take a look at. And I want to put that in the chat over here. So think about the first one is called the Harvard Business Review New Product Development Game. New. There's no typo. It's still a new product development game. Talk about whatever, this is a long read. So whatever grabs your attention, just read a page or a couple of pages, and there's some like case studies, etc. But if you're interested in it, go ahead and do that. I'm not going to stop you, but at least spend maybe 15 or 20 minutes on one of the pages. Whatever grabs your attention, just read that. And we are going to discuss this in the first 15 minutes of the class as soon as we start tomorrow. The second one is called a dragon boat race. A dragon boat race has some paddlers, a drummer, and a steerer. So I want you to please see what kind of a connection you can make with the Scrum team. We talked about the Scrum Master, Product Owner, Developers, accountabilities and responsibilities. So use this metaphor or this article, Dragon Boat Race, to figure out. It's a short read, so I think you should be okay to do both of these articles. And then when we come back, we'll talk about that. That is your homework. Kevin, you had a question?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. As far as testing goes, I guess just my own homework, how important is it to memorize or to know the Agile Manifesto? Is that something that is actually something that to like really, dig into for the test, or?
I wouldn't really memorize it. Also, although if you want to do it, that's fine. I don't, because the test is open book, right? So you really don't need to memorize anything. Everything is in there. So our goal should be, let's not take too much time to prepare for the test. I think while we are in the classroom, we are preparing for the test also. So for example, if you were to take the test on day number 3 at the end after the class is done, you should be able to pass the test very easily. That's our goal. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. One last thing is, let's do a quick retrospective for day number 1. Can you all please take a minute and then just put down maybe 1 minute, 30 seconds. What are all the things that worked well for you today? And what could we do differently tomorrow to improve our experience? So these are the 2 sections. Just maybe put 1 or 2 sticky notes in both of these areas, and then we should be good. So 1 minute, 30 seconds. Things that you like. All right, if you're finishing up a thought, go ahead and do that, not a problem. But thank you all for day number 1. I think, that was a great, engagement from everyone. I really like that. So keep up the good work, and don't forget homework for tomorrow. And I'll see you same time, same place, using the same link tomorrow. Good night, everyone, or good day.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care.
Good night, sir. Bye.
Good night. Appreciate it.
All right. Good night, sir. Good
I'm
night,
going to stay on
everybody.
Eric.
That was
Good
amazing.
morning, good afternoon.
Yeah. Whatever.
Hey, Omar, you at the beach, man.
I know, man.
All right, Erica, you had a question?
Yeah, since I had a hard time trying to get online today with my Mac. So how would I be able to access the documents? Like you showed the agenda. Did you send that out? Or
I did.
have-
So I think you can actually use this Google Drive link. All of this in documents and everything is in there. Obviously, you
Okay.
have the Miro link, but bookmark it somewhere because you won't have access to the chat as soon as I close here. So make sure that you copy and paste it somewhere, and this way you can get to all the information that you have.
Raj,
Yeah?
Raj, can you repeat for me one more time where I get the homework? And
It's under the agenda, test information, video links, homework, this document.
agenda links, test information. Where is that?
It's under the Google Drive.
He just posted it in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, copy that link and I guess we can get in it afterwards.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Now, is this only visible in Chrome? Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay.
And there's
No,
some,
it should be available to any browser. It's not only just Chrome.
there's something else you had talked about besides the homework. What was that?
I don't know. I've talked about a lot of things.
Yeah, there was something you said we can have access to. That was not homework.
Miro board. The access to the Miro board and access to the Google Drive. Both of those things. All right?
All right.
Okay. So I'll see you all tomorrow then. Yeah?
Okay.
Take care,
Same.
everyone.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Take it easy.